refrain from creating any disruptive sounds. At this time, I'd like... Can you hear me now? All right. All right. I call this meeting to order. And we thank you for joining us this evening. Please silence your cell phones and refrain from creating any disruptive sounds. At this time, I'd like to invite Chaplain Ray Miller from the San Bernardino Police Department Chaplains Corps to come forward and lead us in the invocation. Please stand.
Good evening, everyone. Mayor, City Council, thank you for the privilege to be here and to pray for you. With the permission of your city clerk, I put a chaplain's coin in front of each of you, except for a couple of you who already have them. Gary, you have one, and the mayor has one. But this is just to remind all of you that we're praying for you and for the city every day, really. Thank you. And so just thank you for what you do. Before we pray, I'd like to read a couple of scriptures, and then we'll pray. For lack of guidance, a nation falls, but many advisors make victory sure. And then the proverb says, there is a way that seems right to a man, but in the end it leads to death. And finally, righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a disgrace to any people. Let's pray. Father, with reverential fear, we call upon your perfect wisdom and ask that you guide and direct the decisions of our city council. I ask, Lord, that you open up their minds, their hearts, and their spiritual ears to hear your plans for our city and for its citizens. For we know that your plans are always for our well-being and never to harm us, but to give us a future full of hope. So, Lord, we know that plans can fail for lack of godly counsel, but with the advice of the Holy Trinity, they can succeed. So I pray for a righteous outcome for the decisions that will be discussed this evening. I also pray for everyone who will speak at this council meeting. Give each of them a reasoned mind and a disciplined tongue. For your word says that a man finds joy in giving an apt reply, and how good is a timely word. I ask these things in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Chaplain. Next, we'll invite Kyle, who's a sixth grader at Monterey Elementary School, and he will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Chaplain, if you'll turn off the mic.
Please stand and remove any hats for the Pledge of Allegiance. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may be seated. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Chaplain Miller. This time we have two appointments. Appointment of Jody Buckley to the Animal Control Commission, put forward by Councilmember John Valdivia.
Move for approval.
We have a motion. We have a second.
Second.
Thank you.
Ms. Marquez?
Yes.
Mr. Barrios? Mr. Valdivia?
Yes.
Mr. Nickel?
Yes.
Ms. Richard?
Yes.
Mr. Mulvihill? The item passes 6-0.
Thank you. Next is the appointment of Brenda Bell to the Parks and Recreation Commission. also put forward by Councilmember Valdivia.
Move for approval.
We have one mover and 2 seconds.
Or the motion made by Mr. Valdivia and seconded by Ms. Marquez.
Yes.
Marquez. Mr. Barrios. Mr. Valdivia. Mr. Nichol.
Yes.
Ms. Richard. And Mr. Mulvihill. The item passes 6-0.
Thank you. I would like to ask the council to entertain a motion of moving forward item number 26, which is the election of the mayor pro tem, to this portion of our agenda.
Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to nominate Mr. Henry Nichols for the...
I second that.
Thank you.
Can I nominate myself?
Please cast your votes.
Okay, on the item to name Mr. Nichol Mayor Pro Tem, which was made by Mr. Mulvihill and seconded by Ms. Marquez. Ms. Marquez?
Yes.
Mr. Barrios?
Yes.
Mr. Valdivia? Mr. Nichol?
Yes.
Ms. Richard? Mr. Mulvihill? The item passes 6-0.
Thank you. I'd like to ask the city attorney to report out on closed session.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Under closed session, item A, existing litigation, in the case of Rashid et al. Versus the City of San Bernardino, council gave settlement directed by vote of 6-0 with Councilman Charette absent. And in the matter of Patel versus Mark Scott et al., council gave settlement directed by vote of 6-0 with Councilman Charette absent. That's all, Mayor.
Thank you. We will note that Councilmember Charette is absent this evening, and council members, if you're at home, we're thinking about you and wish you a very speedy recovery. Next is a presentation by Councilmember Hussein Richard and Councilmember Nichol. Thank you.
Well, good evening, everybody. Today I am so excited and so honored, along with my council member here, Henry Nichol, to award or to give tribute, honor, everything to the Cajon High School Cowboys football team. And I should say the varsity football team. The varsity football team, they won the Citrus Belt League Division IV CIF Championship, Southern California Division II AA Regional Championship, and the State Division II AA runner-up. So that's a great honor. And if you guys could please come up so they can see you guys. They were given a reception a while back for all of their accomplishments.
I, too, would like to share congratulations to our Cajon High School Cowboys. If I could, I'd like to ask head coach Nick Rogers, if you could please join me in the front. We would like to present this commendation on behalf of the mayor and city council, honoring you, head coach Nick Rogers, and all the players and families, individuals that have contributed to this great honor today. The Citrus Belt League Division IV CIF Southern Section title, Southern California Division IIAA Regional Champions, CIF Division State 2AA runner-up, Cajon High School Cowboys. In recognition of your outstanding championship-winning football season, accomplishing 14 wins and only 2 losses, the most wins in San Bernardino history for one season. In honor of demonstrating positive values, service, a healthy lifestyle, and athletic achievement. Your sacrifice, your dedication, time, and talent is an excellent example of football for all to see. We congratulate you for your victorious success and are extremely proud to have you represent the city of San Bernardino so well. We commend your dedicated service to the affairs of the community and the civic pride demonstrated by numerous deeds for the benefit of all citizens of San Bernardino, presented this 7th day of February, 2018. Again, congratulations.
I'd like to say thank you for having us out here today, celebrating these kids and what they were able to do throughout the season. You know, they kind of, you know, as the year was going on, they started celebrating everything, doing it for the city of San Bernardino. So I think they went out and honored our city well, represented us well, going up north, up to Sacramento. So, you know, huge congratulations to these kids and the job that they did. Thank you.
If we could stay in place just a moment, if my colleagues would like to join us up front to get a photo with our champion league, or champion football team here, we'll take a few moments and get a few photos.
Tell us your name. Tell us your name, team. Shout it out. Shout it out. Shout out your name. Come on, man. Say your name.
Great. 1, 2, 3. People look at me. No move. All right.
Educate your mind and get out of football. I don't give them just get friends. Oh, okay. Way to go, guys. Way to Thought about it. You should.
This time, I'd like to ask Jody Buckley and Brenda Bell to come forward to be sworn in by the city clerk.
All right. So you need to raise your hand. And we're going to get together. We're going to say some time. Just repeat your name. So, I,
Brenda Bell.
do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
And defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
to bear true faith and allegiance
to bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and I will well and faithfully
and I will well and faithfully
discharge the duty
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Thank you very much. I need you both to sign. It's just signs that I think the oath of office, so you just need to sign here. Thank you very much. And Ms. Buckley? Just need you to sign here, and it says that I gave you the oath of office.
Thank you, Gigi.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is a great day in San Bernardino to confer this commissioner appointment upon Brenda Bell, San Bernardino City Council, serving the 3rd Ward in the 3rd District on Parks and Recreation Commission. And we're certainly glad for her spirit of volunteer and cooperation here in our community, and we very much appreciate her commitment to public service and representing the issues on that particular commission. So, Ms. Bell, thank you very much for your level of commitment and service, and we thank you.
I just want to say that I am so glad to take this position, and I'm going to work as hard as I can. I am recently retired, so I have all the time in the world to dedicate to San Bernardino. Thank you.
Stay with me.
And the second individual tonight is a commission appointment conferred upon Jody Buckley. Ms. Buckley, thank you very much for your level of interest, concern in our community. You'll be representing 3rd Ward interests on the Animal Control Commission. We're very excited to have you. Thank you very much for your commitment to our community, your past spirit of volunteerism in our community. It's certainly a shining light and a beacon of hope for our community, and we welcome you to this commission.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to step into these wonderful shoes of good civic duty and public service. I hope to make everybody happy, especially the animals, and I'll do whatever it is that I can, regardless of how much it might annoy my loved ones, how much I want them to participate with everything. So thank you again, and
Thank you. Few pictures. Oh, there you go. All right, here we go. Scoot up a little bit, Jody. There you go. All right, cool. Looking at Monica. Go ahead, one. Good. All right, cool. Cool. Bill. And one. Last one. Okay, here we go. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you, thank you, Councilman Valdivia. Next, we'll invite the Chamber of Commerce to come forward. Colin Strange.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Colin Strange, Director of Business Resources at the Chamber of Commerce. With the up-and-coming events for the next 2 weeks, the Chamber of Commerce Business Expo and 110th installation of offices takes place this Friday at the National Orange Show at the Sports Center on Arrowhead Avenue, beginning at 6 o'clock, followed by after the installation, that is, a fun-filled casino night with great prizes and fine fare donated by our local restaurants. Tickets to this event are still available, so if you need them, contact the Chamber at 885-7515. On Saturday, February the 10th, the Center for Individuals with Disabilities, best known to most people, I think, as the CID, will be staging a murder mystery dinner at 600 West 5th Street. If you need more information on that, call 384-5426. Also this February the 10th, Saturday, the San Bernardino Symphony Orchestra presents Symphonic Landscapes, featuring the music of Bernstein, Borodin, and Tomasi, which will be followed later on by a musical tribute to Gene Kelly. This takes place at the California Theater of the Performing Arts on 4th Street, beginning at 7:30 p.m. So if you'd like more information, call the Symphony office at 381-5388. February the 14th, Valentine's Day, begins with Coffee Klatch at the Chamber, featuring Deborah Meyer of IE Commuter, which will then be followed by the Chamber of Commerce Governmental Affairs Committee meeting, which begins at 9 o'clock. At 11:30, the Chamber Networking Social Lunch gets together at the Cutting Board Restaurant at the Doubletree Hotel, 285 East Hospitality Lane. So join us there for a stimulating conversation and some excellent food. February 17th at 6:30 p.m., the San Bernardino Symphony Guild presents a whodunit play, the night of January the 16th, by the Rialto Community Players at the Rialto Community Playhouse at 150 East San Bernardino Avenue in Rialto. So again, if you want information on that, call the Symphony office at 381-5388. Finally, February the 21st, the featured speaker at our regular Coffee Klatch meetings on Wednesday mornings at 7:30 will be Kevin Pearson, talking about youth development at the YMCA. So thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Appreciate the Chamber keeping us informed. We'll next turn to our
Mayor?
consent calendar.
Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to make an announcement.
Oh, excuse me, go ahead.
Hello, everybody. My name is Roxana, Field Representative for Assemblymember Reyes. I just wanted to first start off by thanking the mayor for the beautiful welcoming remarks last Friday at the Rosa Parks statue unveiling ceremony, and also to thank the city council members who were in attendance. It was a beautiful ceremony, and I hope you guys enjoyed it, and we had a huge turnout. We spoke to a CHP officer, and he said there was about 2,000 people in attendance. So for the folks that... Yes. So for the folks that haven't made it out to see the statue, please make it out. Dr. Hill made a special request to make it out there and bring 5 friends before Black History Month ends. And there's the statue's on a bench, so you're able to sit next to it and take pictures. So if you haven't made it out, please make sure to visit it. It's in the Rosa Parks Memorial Building located on 4th and East Street. I also wanted to just make a couple of announcements for upcoming events. On March 1st, we're going to be having Speaker Rendon from the state of California come down to do an appointments workshop, and this is going to be so that folks that want to be appointed to state commissions, they can learn about how to apply and which commissions are have open seats. We need more representation from the Inland Empire, so I have flyers for that, and that's going to be at the San Bernardino County Chambers, located on 385 North Arrowhead Avenue. That's right. It is RSVP required. We're expecting a huge turnout for that. So the way that you RSVP is by calling our office, and the number's on the flyer. And another event that we're going to be having in the month of March is called The Bridge, and it's an interfaith conference, and it's going to be on March 10th from 8 in the morning to 1:30 p.m. at San Bernardino Valley College. And the flyer states, together we can bridge the gap between faith-based organizations, our community, and public officials. And it's going to include keynote speakers, workshops, and a panel discussion. So I'll have flyers for that as well, and you guys are all welcome to attend to that as well. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. I'd like to ask council members if there's any items from the consent
Mayor,
calendar.
if I may first,
Yes.
on with regard to the consent calendar item number 7, excuse me, which was the draft minutes for the February 1st special meeting, that the original draft minutes have been corrected, and the following corrections were made and are now part of the backup materials. That is, with regard to the public speaker, Jem Montes, that has been corrected to reflect that she supported rather than opposed that matter. And with respect to the votes, Council Member Valdivia was indicated as being absent. He was present for that vote, and the vote was at 7-0. Those are the corrections have been made and are now in the backup material. I made this announcement because some people may have read the other minutes and believe that they were either mistaken or understood them to be correct.
Thank you for that update. Appreciate the correction. Start with Councilmember Mulvihill. Any items to pull?
I have none, Your Honor.
Thank you. Councilmember Richard? Thank you. Councilmember Nickel?
13 and 23.
Council?
23.
Councilmember Valdivia? Thank you. Councilmember Barrios?
None, sir.
Councilmember Marquez?
None, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Move to approve the balance.
City Manager? Could you turn your mic on?
13 and 23.
Mr. Mayor, may I remove item number 14? We have some additional work that we would like to do.
Thank you. All right, we have item 14 was pulled from the consent calendar.
Is it 21?
With that, do we have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, may I?
I'll move. Excuse me?
I apologize. We did also receive a request that agenda item number 21 be continued to a subsequent meeting. I'm sorry, item 20 to the 21st, meeting of the 21st.
Item 20?
20 to, and they'd like to move it to the meeting of the 21st, and we've agreed to that. Item number 20. I'd like to just move.
Okay.
I'll just move it.
All right.
Item 20 is
20.
being moved.
Yes.
All right. And item 14 is being pulled.
Yes. And Councilmember Valdivia asked me to what date. They requested the 22nd of February. Or 21st of February. There's too many 20s, 21s, and my head's getting ready to explode off my body. But yes, they want to move it to the second meeting in February.
And Valentine's Day is the 14th.
And don't forget that one.
All right, so for clarification, we've pulled item 14. Item 20 has been continued, will be continued to the 21st. With that, we have a motion to move the balance of the consent calendar.
So moved. Second.
And second, thank you.
On the consent calendar, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Mulvihill, seconded by Mr. Nichol, and the item passes 6-0 with Fred Charette absent.
Thank you. We will now go to public comments. First speaker is Gil Bateo.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Common Council.
Excuse me.
Please state the item you're speaking to. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Common Council. I just wanted to, again, we've been back and forth with this item in terms of boards and commissions and what exactly is in the charter. And if you read in the charter, it doesn't say that as a requirement that you go ahead and just totally sweep them all aside, the existing charters. It is the responsibility of this body and representing the constituents of this city to really look at what we're going to do in terms of making certain that, number one, that there's transparency, but number two also is that there is a citizen voice that is heard when you're making your decisions. For example, we can talk about the veterans housing that's coming before this body, and the commission, the board, rejected it twice, but it's still coming to you. So it's your duty as electeds to say, hey, let's look deep, let's dig a little deeper, and let's figure out if this is good for our city. So I would say that same thing about the Fine Arts Commission. In my role as chair of the Fine Arts Commission, I think that a good example of the great work that we do, we saw last Friday at the State Building. I don't know how many of you know, but the Fine Arts Commission, under the leadership of Dottie Garcia, we gave $2,500 seed money to make that happen. That project was stalled about a year ago when I was appointed to the council, to the commission rather, and we made certain through the city clerk and our efforts on the commission to make sure that we got the remainder of $15,000 through Assembly Member Reyes. So the work that we do is focused. The work that we do is a lot of times you don't see, and we're non-paid, of course, we're volunteers like everyone, but I think that if our work and our efforts will be lost in Rec and Parks. We are a community development piece, and we want to remain that. So I would appeal to this body to really think, number one, what your role is in terms of this new charter, and not hide behind a staff report or a recommendation, and show some leadership. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Susie Earp.
Thank you for letting me speak to you. I'm a member of the Historic Preservation Commission, and I understand there's some ideas to change the Historic Preservation Commission and make it part of the Planning Commission. And although I'm dismayed by that idea, I understand that the city needs to be more efficient with fewer commissions, fewer people to support and respect. But the Planning Commission and the Historic Preservation are often on opposite spectrums. So we need to figure out a way to have that historic eye still on the Planning Commission. My idea for you is to have the mayor's appointment on the commission, on the Planning Commission, also be a historian. A local historian that is involved with the Historic Society. The Historical and Pioneer Society are a very strong group. They can speak to anything that is historic in town. so that one commissioner would sit on that board every single month and have an eye towards the history and saving the history of this city. So that's my idea. And just to leave you with some ideas, you know, too often this city just tears things down in the act of progress. Just think what we could have, the gym we would have if we had kept the original McDonald's. I mean, it's too bad we don't have it anymore. But we have a lot of gyms in this town. Let's save them. Let's not just tear them down in progress. So that's my idea. I hope you take it up. I think the mayor has 2 appointments to the Planning Commission. If one of those people would have a strong sense of history and could speak to the history of San Bernardino, I think that would be a huge help. And then I would be okay with that idea until we can bring the commission back.
Thank you. Margaret Worsley.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Margaret Worsley, and I'm here to encourage the Council to not dissolve the City's Arts Commission of San Bernardino. To amalgamate the Commissions of Art, Senior Affairs, and Parks and Recreation would be reckless, in my opinion, and a flippant decision with profound repercussions, which I would encourage the voting members of this council to respectfully consider. I work at San Bernardino Valley College and was recently hired to start an instrumental music program there. Last year, we wrote and applied for a grant through the Arts Commission, and those grant funds helped us purchase $25,000 worth of musical instruments. These instruments will be used at our college to help students learn, collaborate, and not just become better musicians, but to become better people. It is thanks to the Arts Commission and the help we receive from them that will have a profound impact for generations to come at our school. I'm also a member of the San Bernardino Symphony Orchestra. This is a union orchestra through Local 7, which is a Los Angeles local. This organization depends on the Arts Commission to sustain our almost 90-year existence. It's one of the longest-running orchestras in the history of the United States. And we have orchestra members and audience members coming from the greater Los Angeles and San Bernardino areas to San Bernardino to perform and attend these concerts. I'm also on the board of the San Bernardino Valley Concert Association, which is a nonprofit organization to help sponsor and sustain artistic endeavors in San Bernardino since 1932. Although I am new to the organization, I know that they have greatly benefited from the Arts Commission funds. Obviously, San Bernardino has had some tough times, but its guiding light are the arts. 30 years ago, people were coming from all over the Inland Empire to attend artistic performances in San Bernardino. And in a way, because of the Arts Commission, they still are. Do they come here for Air Force Base? Not anymore. Do they come here for factory jobs? Not anymore. Do they come here for resort vacations? Not anymore. But they do come here for concerts. Presently, the Arts Commission is a well-organized, successful branch of this city's government. Isn't that great? It's sustaining our children. Believe it or not, this commission is helping to keep kids out of gangs. It's helping them to create self-worth and pride in their communities. It's keeping them. There are studies galore, international studies, that have said that if young people and their involvement with the arts sustain that, they are a weapon against poverty and inequality, violence and drug abuse. Why would we hinder such a sacred entity? It's imperative to recognize that the Arts Commission is bigger than you are, it's bigger than me, it's bigger than some recommendation, it's bigger than all of us in here, and we need to protect it. Please do not dissolve the Arts Commission or combine it with any other commissions. Thanks.
Thank you. Dorothy Garcia. Dorothy Garcia.
Mayor and Common Council, I'm speaking on item 25. This proposal to consolidate commissions, specifically the 3 commissions that we're talking about, has been discussed a great deal. At a strategic planning meeting in November was when it was first presented to you. In December, the city manager asked for input from commission members. The Fine Arts Commission sent to her a letter with copies to each council member and the mayor, giving a history of what the commission has done for the past 3 years to increase awareness of the arts in this city. Our letter has obviously not changed the November proposal at all. The background material on this proposal indicates that the new charter requires changes to the city's existing citizen advisory bodies. The charter does say each board, commission, and committee established prior to the current charter will continue to exist, exercise the powers, and perform the duties assigned to it. Now, it further states, of course, that the City Council can alter the structure, and we understand that. It can alter the membership, and can alter the powers and duties of boards, commissions, and committees. This is what we're discussing in this proposal. Members of the Fine Arts Commission and citizens from the arts groups have spoken at council meetings about the importance of not only the grants they received from the city, but also about what their programs mean to the current and future residents of San Bernardino. You have letters written by arts proponents in the city, and the city clerk has those and will include them in the proceedings, and you will see them. These are people who are not here because of their particular expertise in the arts, and they're teaching tonight at UCR, Cal State, and the University of Redlands. The proposal for consolidation of the 3 current commissions into one located in the Parks and Recreation Department accomplishes nothing. It only complicates things. You will have a 9-member commission giving input on 3 very different programs. You will have lost 27 citizen voices with focused agendas and expertise. Under the proposal, at least the Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Commission keeps its name. Fine Arts and Senior Affairs are lumped together with the generic name of Community Services. How will the general public even know that San Bernardino City cares about the arts? The commissioners whom you have appointed are your eyes and ears in the areas of the city you represent.
Thank you. Robert Porter.
Mayor, council, good people. Last couple of meetings I didn't show up. Feeling low about a lot of the stuff that's going on. I just kind of wish I didn't have to be so contentious about everything. I mean, I kind of really feel like I just given up because I kind of feel like the whole cannabis thing, you're just going to extend the moratorium 2 more years after this 10-month, 15 days, regardless of what we try. So I saw how quickly you got everything together. That was cool. I wish you would have done that 5 years ago. It would have been nice. Fine Arts Commission, we know it's gone. They want that money to make their salaries. We're in bankruptcy. They gave themselves new salaries in the charter. We've got to pay for them somehow. Now to what I should be speaking on, our history. You really think just having Nick Cataldo as an alternate is good enough on the Planning Commission to influence any of them as an alternate? Nick Cataldo is one of the best historians in this whole city. He should be given a prominent position on any commission that has to do with history. Now, if you really study our history, Mr. Mayor, you'd understand that there have been former mayors who have disregarded our history, and they spoke about it just recently, about things we've lost because of it, because we weren't on the ball. We are one of the most historical cities on the west coast of the United States of America. We have more history than most. We need a historical preservation commission. It doesn't need to be disbanded. They need more meetings. Now, I asked specifically a lot of people, how much it costs to throw one of these meetings, just one? No one could tell me, and no one wanted to tell me. Why? Because you could add it up. I could give you real numbers. But there's no reason why we couldn't have these commissions once a year or twice a year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Michelle Takia?
Good evening. My name is Michelle Takia. I am Director of Symphony Jeunesse Youth Orchestra for Strings, my foundation, in its 10th year. I'm here to speak on behalf of retaining the Fine Arts Commission in the city of San Bernardino. The year before last, I applied for my first grant. It was offered by the San Bernardino City Fine Arts Commission. I was called to meet with the commission to discuss the grant I was applying for my foundation, Symphony Jeunesse, now in its 10th season. As I looked at the members of the commission, nervous as I was, the quality I noticed of the commission members was their passion, commitment, and kindness in their promotion of the arts in San Bernardino. This commission is vital to strong support of the arts in our city. A city with a strong fine arts component is a draw for any city such as ours. Let's keep this commission strong and not dismantle it. We have seen the one-size-fits-all model. It rarely does. We have abandoned a commitment to a strong string and orchestral students in our city. For 30 years, I have participated and produced the county orchestras. It has always been San Bernardino students who have represented the majority and top seats of the county. Sadly, this year, the San Bernardino Orchestra student participation can be counted on the fingers of one hand. That was sad for me. Just as we celebrate the strong football program under the direction of Coach Rogers tonight, so we must also celebrate the arts with a strong, vibrant Fine Arts Commission in San Bernardino. And by the way, I teach Coach Roberts' son, who's in the 6th grade. He's 11 years old, cello, and he was chosen to be first chair of the city orchestra this year. I'm very proud of him. So please, let's rethink this model and keep a strong Fine Arts Commission. I thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Smith?
Thank you much, Honorable Mayor, City Council persons, City Manager. I want to compliment, I'm Jim Smith with the Native Sons of the Golden West. We preserve the history of California. We've been in town for 131 years, and we've been preserving the history of California and San Bernardino for that many years. I want to commend the City Manager. She's doing a great job. And one example of that, I live in a mobile home park, Valentule Mobile Home Park. We had to go through a permitting schedule to raise the walls around the facility to make it more safe. And I'm very pleased to say that the management out there is extremely pleased with the permitting process that the city of San Bernardino was able to provide. And I want to thank them very much for what they're doing. I agree with Susie Earp. Susie and I have been on the Historical Preservation Commission for over 8 years. I remember when Chaz Kelly created the Historical Preservation Commission when he was on the dais. And suffice to say, I think I was also in dismay when this was actually recommended by the powers that be that go into the Planning Commission. We're an advisory group to the Planning Commission, and we've worked pretty well over the years, although although our function would be very much diminished in preserving the history of California if we didn't have some type of representation on the Planning Commission. I think that might be something that we could live with, but I don't want us to forget to preserve the history of this wonderful city of San Bernardino. I think we should continue the commission. I appreciate your serious consideration with that. I realize there is a constraint on manpower. We currently meet 6 times a year. We don't have to meet 6 times a year. We'd be more than happy to maybe meet 4 times a year. But I think it's important to keep a pulse on the history of this wonderful city of San Bernardino, and we do that by having a Historical Preservation Commission. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Chris Eager?
Hi, my name is Chris Egger. I work with the Longwith Group, and I'm here to speak on agenda item number 24. Mr. Mayor, honorable members of the City Council, city staff, and to the public safety leadership here tonight. It's kind of funny, but I appeared here in August of 2016 in a different chamber, but in front of this council, and had a similar message in that I was wholeheartedly and pleasantly surprised by what I consider the voices of reason, that while we are looking at the moratorium being extended during a period of excessive litigation and confusion, that, the will of your constituents was recognized. That after that August 2016 appearance, we had an election in November of 2016 where the voting public of the city of San Bernardino passed 2 measures to regulate professional cannabis operations in the city, to give public safety the resources to make sure professionalism was in place, and to make sure that the community was protected from any potential harms, and that economic prosperity and benefits that come along with thriving industry could also be brought to bear. I will say this era of litigation, all the confusion, the will of the voters spoke, but you know what? We're still at a point now where we can find that common ground. And we're wholeheartedly encouraged by the forward progress that's being made, and we look forward to engaging in a robust dialogue in the coming months. And I can speak on behalf of a number of people to say that we would like to applaud what we would consider visionary leadership, as well as respect for the wishes of your constituents and the plenary power of the people to speak through citizen initiative in the state of California, and that whether or not it came out exactly the way we wanted it to, I'll remind you that in August of 2016, I made the same statement, and we look forward to supporting you in that way in the coming weeks as we move forward again. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Aaron Cox. Aaron Cox.
Good evening. My name is Aaron Cox. I'm a resident of the city of San Bernardino. I work in the city of San Bernardino. I was born in the local area, and my father owned a business here in the city of San Bernardino for many, many years. So I have deep ties to San Bernardino. I'd like to talk about agenda item number 24. I'm going to read something briefly from a local newspaper, and then I'm going to add some comments. California voters decided last year that the sale of recreational marijuana should be made legal beginning January 1st, 2018. But Proposition 64 left many of the details to local governments and state regulators. So the last several months have been a race against the calendar as officials have sought to develop rules governing where, when, and how businesses may grow, transport, and sell marijuana to adults. So you guys have a lot of responsibility. I support the elected leadership of the city. You're called to your positions, by election, and I just think you have a lot of responsibility. So I as a resident, I do want to add a few comments after I read a little bit more. While the state set many of the industry rules, cities and counties were left to decide whether they want to allow marijuana businesses to set up shop in their jurisdictions. None of it has been easy. Even though voters overwhelmingly supported Proposition 64, the process of actually legalizing the growing and selling of marijuana for recreational use has been a painstaking balance of interests and concerns. Cities want to give permits to enough businesses to meet demand, eliminate the black market, and raise tax revenue, but they don't want to inundate or overwhelm communities with pot shops. By and large, state and local officials are treating legalization with gravity and care. And I encourage you to continue on the path of treating the situation with gravity and care. Although I'm grateful for the adults who choose to use marijuana, that they will have some place that they can get it outside of the black market. As a resident, I feel we should prohibit outdoor grows, that public consumption should continue to be outlawed. I want the businesses that are allowed to exist in the city of San Bernardino to be successful. I think we should take a cautious approach. I support the moratorium, and I was grateful that we had a unanimous vote from the council to extend the moratorium. I want the council to know I do represent, I have a lot of friends and family in the city of San Bernardino, and I want the city to maintain control. I don't want locations next to parks, schools, businesses, and churches. I started a little bit late, about 30 seconds late, so I'm going to continue about 30 seconds. I'd like the number of dispensaries to be based on the population, as it said here. We don't need dispensaries at every corner. But like I said, I'm grateful for people that want to exercise their right to use marijuana. There'll be an outlet for them. And I just like the city to do it cautiously and to maybe be a little strict at first instead of not being strict enough and then not being able to pull back what you guys do. So I know you guys have a lot of responsibility, and I support your decisions and the processes that you make. And you guys have a lot of responsibility right now, but I do support all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ivory Skidmore.
Good evening. My name is Ivory Skidmore, and I will be talking about item number 24. I am a wife and a domestic engineer, which is a really fancy way to say I'm a stay-at-home mom, and we have 3 kids under the age of 6 years old. I'm a CSUSB alumni, and I serve on the Student Side Council for my daughter's school. Unlike my husband, I am not a San Bernardino native, but this city is where my life is. Our family lives here, and this is where we are raising our children. That is why I am here today, for them. After reading over the draft for cannabis regulations, there are some points of concern that I would like to discuss. As I only have a few minutes, I have chosen those I feel most strongly about. Although my opinions and beliefs might not be very popular this evening, I must voice them because it is important for us to lift where we stand. Section 5.10.08 of the draft addresses the total number of commercial cannabis. The draft states that there will be 1 permit per 10,000 population, but there should be more restriction placed on the number of permits given. From a business standpoint, the success rate of any new business is very slim, not to mention it takes time and capital, and there is a big percentage of turnover. From the standpoint of a mother, I have seen many of these cannabis businesses that have become just one more place for people to hang out, indulge, and pass the day away. And we are potentially going to have 21 of said businesses around the city. There is no way to allow that many commercial cannabis to open and not have it negatively affect its residents. Although I am against it altogether, a more conservative and practical number of permits per population could be more than the number of 7 or 8 dispensaries or a different variety of businesses around the city. Section 5.10.250B addresses the sensitive use buffer. Being a parent is a very difficult job. We try to teach them to know right from wrong, not to defile their bodies, to make good choices. But it's getting more difficult because there are laws in place that contradict the very things we teach. We need to protect them by ensuring that they are not exposed and surrounded by things any sooner than they need to be. Commercial cannabis needs to be separated or distanced from our schools, daycares, community centers, churches, or other places of worship, parks, libraries, and our homes by a minimum of 1,000 feet. A 600 or 300-foot distance just isn't good enough. Our schools make a big to-do about the dangers of using drugs during their Red Ribbon Week, anti-drug campaigns. Then our children walk out of their doors and of their schools and community centers, or they walk home from school or the park and are faced with the very things they are being told to avoid. We cannot let that happen. We want our cities to thrive. We cannot allow dollar signs, peer pressure, or bullying stop us from doing right by our city and its residents. We want people to know that San Bernardino is more than a city with a large homeless population, high crime rates, high poverty levels, and a marijuana-crazed community. We are mothers, fathers, grandmothers, grandfathers, aunts, uncles, cousins, and we just want a safe and decent place to buy homes, put down roots, and raise the next generation of San Bernardino residents. Placing more rigid restrictions and guidelines might not seem like a big deal at the moment, but it's a big deal. The decisions that we make today will affect us and our community, and more importantly, our children tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Edwards.
Honorable Mayor, Kerry Davis, and Council, I came from Oklahoma out here and pursuing a screenplay writing career, and I didn't like being in Hollywood. I didn't want to rent an apartment there to facilitate taking care of my screenplay business because of the drugs that were on the street. I mean, you couldn't walk around the block without the smell of marijuana in your face. So I moved to San Bernardino, and now we've legalized marijuana here in San Bernardino. And I would like to remind each and every one of you council members that 45% of us voted no. And you still represent us. So, one of the things I'd like to talk about is taking a measured, cautious approach and limiting the number and types of businesses and make them prove they can be good neighbors. Like Ivory was talking about 300 feet or 1,000 feet from the school systems. I mean, that has to be done. And the city council, that's up to y'all. Y'all own that, okay? So we'll be looking at the council to take care of the zoning on this marijuana thing. And that includes the cultivation of marijuana, I do believe. And I don't want to see any outdoor cultivation, personal or private. I mean, what if you have a commercial operator want to set up out here and raise 15 acres of weed out there behind the airport? You know, that's not a good thing. And I know you're going to have some indoor cultivation, and I would like to see a permit issued to those people and make sure that they notify their landlords that they're growing that stuff. And I want to be sure that they're limited only to 6 plants. So that's about all I got to say.
Thank you. Majid Siraj.
Thank you, Your Honor and Council. There's a lot of talk about pot shops that folks don't want in their neighborhoods for public safety concerns, kids. I'm a father of a 11-year-old daughter. But I think we should look beyond that. In a previous council discussion, Mr. Valdivia said that the public is focused too much on the retail dispensing component, which we've heard time and time again. But we need to also make sure that the needs of other business types are addressed that not quite affect the public. Out of sight, out of mind. And I am a chemist and a pharmacist in Redlands. I've been a pharmacist for 20 years, and it's about the same time being a chemist. So we have a micro business in Redlands. It's not cannabis-based, but it's a compounding lab. It's a very similar model to what a micro business would do. A micro business is a entity where they buy raw materials, they do the manufacturing and so at some level, and then they dispense the product. And that product could be dispensed in a closed-door facility, where the product is delivered to the patient or to an adult receiving it. So I'd like the council to kind of really consider looking simply beyond pot shops and flour being sold in jars. Think about it when Tesla wants to put up a big manufacturing plant. Cities compete for that, or the Olympics come to town. Cities compete with that. But I think if we kind of look at this a little bit larger scale, think of it as almost a pharmaceutical entity, a micro business that takes cannabis and makes it into a usable finished product for patients who really need it. And that's a regional demand. If you think about it, the VA is here. Loma Linda's building I worked there for 12 years. Loma Linda's building a big children's hospital. And just the needs of the community should be just beyond recreational use. And I hope that one of these 12 license types, or I'm sorry, the 21 licenses that are given merit-based by the city, a micro business is considered a single license and not 3 or 4, because the state considers a micro business as a single license and not 3 or 4. You'd have to conduct 3 of the 4 types of businesses, but it's still considered a single license. But proper zoning and proper oversight in the manufacturing and testing of these products, I think the regional demand is there, and I think patients who need these products will be well served. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Jenkins.
Mr. Mayor, Council, my name is Bob Jenkins. I'd like to speak on item 24. My wife and I work and live in San Bernardino. We chose to live here. We'd like to continue to participate and help build this city up. It has tremendous, tremendous potential. We're concerned about item 24. A couple of thoughts I'd like to share with you. These are our opinion, our thoughts about it. I would like you to consider prohibiting all cannabis special events within the city. As has been mentioned, limiting the number of commercial licenses. I'm not sure what a good number is. All of you will figure that out. Please institute buffer zones as you see fit and as makes sense within the city boundaries. Develop a merit system. If you've already broke the law, you're out. Consider that. Just as a final thought, I work at Valley College. We consider Valley to be one of the gems of this city, and we'd like to continue to do that. And I really encourage you to please take your time as you consider all the rules and regulations. Both sides have valid points. As has been mentioned, this is yours to own. Take the time, do it right, make correct decisions. I don't want anyone from the outside coming in and telling us what we can and cannot do. The decisions should be made by you guys right here. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Ewell.
Good evening. My name's Eric Ewell. I've lived in San Bernardino my whole life. I went to Cajon High School. Go Cowboys. Congratulations. I went away to college. I came back here to go to graduate school. I've come back and lived since that time with my children. 3 of my children have graduated from Cajon High School. I have another one attending there now. Since graduating, when I decided to come and live here, I now feel for the first time a responsibility to come and speak on this issue of the commercial cannabis in our city. Having lived in the area for over 40 years, I've seen many councils come and go. I've seen mayors come and go. I've agreed with some and I've disagreed with others. But one of the things that I've seen is that there's a result of good and bad decisions that you make. And I'm sure that many of the council members from the past would take back some of the decisions that they made that have landed our city in some of the problems that we're in now. Hindsight's a good thing, but you're now in a position to vote on something that I think is really important. As a council, your votes for regulating cannabis will have consequences for years to come, when maybe my children are living here and raising their children. I'm a licensed clinical social worker. Over my career, I've worked with substance abuse, Child Protective Services, the schools, the prisons, and with the veterans. I work heavily in the mental health field. Without question, I can tell you that childhood is the most important phase that our children or we will face in life. It determines the way we become as citizens. How our city supports families and children will dictate the course that we pursue over the next 40 years. I'm pragmatic, and I understand that there's financial arguments by proponents of open commercial activity for cannabis. However, I don't want to sell our city, our children, and our future for a few dollars. In light of the research and studies that are conducted in Colorado, I think we should take a more cautious approach to regulating the cannabis industry in our city. The following are some areas I'm concerned about and recommend for your consideration. Number one, limit the number of businesses so that the city can start strong and monitor and administer safe and legal commercial activities. We limit the number of other businesses in our cities, and why wouldn't we limit the number of cannabis industry? Number two, I would say to be sure to investigate and make informed decisions about the locations of our cannabis businesses. I would like to have the commercial activity zoned away from schools, churches, parks, libraries, and other places where youth and families congregate. By limiting the number of locations of cannabis businesses, the enforcement officials can better monitor those who are operating according to regulation. If you are truly pro-family and pro-children, why wouldn't you keep them limited and away from our youth? Finally, I would like to recommend that as the industry is legalized, the city takes a cautious approach to identify best practices for oversight of the industry. I appreciate you hearing my comments tonight, and hope that you'll look to the long-term impact of our city. Thank you.
Thank you. John Lunt.
Hello, right when I got a mint in my mouth, of course. Hello, my name is John Lunt. Hello, Mayor, council members. I'm a lifetime resident of San Bernardino. That's 56 years. Graduated from Pacific High, Valley College, and Cal State San Bernardino. I have two children at Cajon, one that graduated from there. And I echo a lot of the sentiments of the people who have spoken before about limiting the amount of commercial dispensaries, et cetera. And I really think we need to look at it as a whole. Some other things that weren't mentioned. I do believe that the more types, the dispensaries, cultivation, et cetera, the worse we are. In particular, cultivation is a big one. I had some in-laws that live in Colorado, and I asked them when it was legalized there what was happening, and exactly what's happening here, what's happening there. That the people that can legally buy it, it's more readily available. They're selling it to the younger kids, and they're using it and selling it in the schools. I'm a middle school teacher at a surrounding, not in this city, but a nearby city. And in just the month of January, we've had 5 kids busted for selling marijuana, which they got, some was from people who bought it legally, and the other one, his father was a cultivator. And last year, I had a student who did the same thing. His father was involved in cultivation. So, that's one thing you don't see, and we got to think: do we really want that here in our schools? Because that's not something I'm making up. That's something that's happening right now, right here. Because I see it every day. It's spiked so bad that we can't believe it as teachers and administrators. So. I hope that we make smart decisions. You mentioned the population thing about how many can be for how much population, but just be prudent when we make these decisions, because the more available it is, the more it's going to be in our schools. And that's not, I mean, I see it, you know, hands-on every day, and so do the other teachers. And the kids tell me, you know, over and over, oh yeah, such and such got it from their older brother who's in college, and now they're using it and selling it. So, you know, I hope we just take that into consideration. All of you are intelligent, and you know, I pray for our city, and I pray for this issue. And myself, I'm a clean and sober member of a 12-step program, and I used to use that stuff, and it was all bad for me. You know, individually it's different, but I'm glad I don't use that anymore. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. William Ciosi. Deanie Gallagher.
I'd like to thank the mayor and the city council and all the city staff for all that you do for the city, and those that have stayed here even when our city was going through difficult times. I'd really like to thank the city manager. I am so glad that you're here, that you're recruited, and the way you move forward with great strength to try to put our city back where it belongs. I'm really appreciative of that. I would like to talk about 24 and 25. In relationship to 24, the cannabis regulations, I would really like to extend a thank you to Councilman Mulvihill, because on 2 occasions recently at the council meeting, you verbally recognized something that people had forgotten, and that there are a number of people who were not in favor of voting in cannabis in this area, and that their voices really haven't been heard. In the summary that you put forward, I was grateful for that. It was easy to read, easy to understand. But one of the statements in there said that, you know, we've had a lot of general public input. I think we've actually had a lot of specific public input, not general. There are a large elderly population that could not come down here, and a lot of people that maybe could but wouldn't because they felt intimidated by being able to speak on something that may not be favorable to the rest of the audience, and that's unfortunate. And so thank you, Mr. Mulvihill, for recognizing that. I happen to meet an elderly person that lives in your ward area, and I don't live in your ward area, and she was very grateful that you made that statement. I have not kept it silent or quiet that I wasn't in favor of the marijuana coming here. If it happens, I pray and hope that you will make decisions in the best interest of our city. And speaking of that, I want to make a couple of things clear in, you know, hopefully my expectation. One of the things I read in the draft was that you would not approve those individuals who have already disrespected the city by having it when there was a ban in place, and yet they set up business here. They should not be allowed to continue and to get a license, and that was included in there. I hope you don't bail on that. I hope you keep that in place, because if someone has disrespected what was already enforced, why would you turn around and give them a license to set up business again? I think the ratio is way off in relationship to one business for every 10,000. At minimum, please move it to 1 to 20,000 or 1 to 15,000. Why do we need 21? If you look at many of the other cities, they've limited them to 4. Some of them have limited them to only one kind of practice that they'll have, whether it's a dispensary or whatever. We can be stronger than what you have already put forward. And the distance to be kept from some of the entities from residential, 300 feet is nothing. You need to have greater impact and force to keep them further away. Churches was not included in that. Many churches have weekday activities in the daytime or in the evening for children, and if you care about them while they're in school, you should care about them when they're in other places too, including their residence and their home. They're there more hours than the others, so please. And no outdoor grow. I hope that was included in there, and I hope you continue. Did I get to speak on 25 for 3 more minutes?
You've gone over your time.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Okay, I'll make this one short. Number 25, about the boards and commissions. I looked at, and I understand that we, as a city, had a lot more boards and commissions than you find in other cities. We had an unbelievable abundance. Having said that, two of the decisions, one to combine the Fine Arts Commission with the Parks and Recs, if you looked at nothing else except the agenda would allow them not to move anything forward, because both of those commissions are large, they have big agenda items, and they wouldn't be able to get anything done. There are a lot of other reasons, but we'll leave that there. The other one is the Historical Commission. I've sat on the Planning Commission, and I would clearly welcome someone with expertise and support from a historical perspective being on that commission to be able to support that aspect, because it is not well supported. And those considerations should be taken into place before we are approving businesses that don't allow us to preserve that history that's here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Joe Doyle.
Mr. Mayor and Common Council, thanks for the opportunity to speak again on this item. Lots been said already, so I'm going to limit my talk to just a couple items I want to address. I want to tell you a true story that happened. I've lived in the 4th Ward for 56 years and built my house on a dirt road when we started. But there's a little family restaurant in the north part of town, doing very good business. We go there 3 or 4 times a month, and they put in an illegal pot dispensary less than 100 feet from the entry to this restaurant. And it impacted that business very well, very badly. And the city finally shut them down after about 2 months, and business picked up again. But you could tell when the people were going into the restaurant how nervous they were about going into that restaurant because of the people pulling up, going into the pot shop and walking back and forth. Distances are critical. 2 football fields is not far enough from a school. 1 football field is not far enough from a church. So I hope you will consider really seriously looking at those distances. Probably the next to last thing I've got is grow out. There's an excess of marijuana in California. There is absolutely no reason that there should be grow outs in San Bernardino. And I hope that you will find it in your hearts to get rid of that grow out section. So I hope you'll look at that grow out. The last thing is that you have 10 months to be very careful, take baby steps, and make sure that this community is protected. I've raised 4 kids in this town through the San Bernardino schools, and I have a real testimony about what pot can do to young people. And I think every one of you, if you really look into your hearts, you have that same experience. But I thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Mark Estemeyer. Mark Estemeyer.
Mayor, council, staff, Mark Estemeyer, want to thank you again for allowing me to come up here and speak about this. And there's some new people in the audience, and I just wanted them to know where I come from. My grandmother graduated from San Bernardino High School. My grandmother graduated from San Bernardino High School. My mother did, and so did I. So I've been here for a few years, folks. I find San Bernardino the love of my life. When there are opportunities to go away, I chose to stay here. And I was actually one of those guys in high school, pot smoker and that kind of stuff. And I think that I consider my life fairly successful, that I've done a lot of really, really right things. So I like to think that I'm a little bit different than what your guys' vision or view of with what somebody who's a cannabis consumer actually looks like or is all about. But with what I really want to say is, great job on being able to get out an ordinance as quickly as you did. Really. I know that was a daunting process, that it was a lot of hard work. DHL did a great job. They put together something that I think that they may have been paid by the word. I'm not really quite sure because of the length of it. But I hope that we can whittle that down just a little bit, just have a little bit of fun with it and actually do some right things. But yeah, great job, really. Kudos. I'm still fearful, and I'm not saying that to be the bully or anything like that. I don't have any intentions, but I do understand that there is pending litigation out there, and that there is already initiative that has already been submitted to the city. And that's all stuff that the balancing act that you all have, I wish you the best. I truly do. And I know that those of you who really, really, really want to see this thing done and done right, that you're going to be talking to the people who actually understand it in the city, that you're going to take a real hard look with what they have to say. The community is here. They've been voicing their opinion, and yes, there is a 45% that did not agree with this, and their views should be respected. But at the same time, we're still talking about an industry that is here. It's not going anywhere. It's time to really just embrace it and really start putting some really good hard work. You know, strong leadership is with what this community needs on this particular issue. And some of you, you're going to have a real hard time with it, and I understand it. You know, it's not an easy thing to be dealing with something that is as hot as this is. But I believe that if you do it right and you get it done quickly, that everything is going to be perfectly fine, that there's not going to be any issues, there's not going to be the backlash or anything like that. I believe that it's just going to roll forward, and we're all going to be happy that we did the right thing at the right time. So I thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Carmel Rowe.
Mayor, Council. Carmel Rowe, 41-year resident, single mother, raised a 26-year-old, a 19-year-old, actually a 22-year-old and a 19-year-old yesterday. Have an 11-year-old and a 10-year-old. And my children have went through the San Bernardino City School District, and I don't think the problem is marijuana. I think it's the San Bernardino City School District. I think it's because they spend more money on school police than actually on education. But why I'm here today is to talk about number 24, but mostly just, I'm very upset about this whole commission thing. I feel like that when you took the 12 minutes away from us to speak over here, you took away our voice. You took away the voice of the community. And then when you take away the commissions or you mush them together, you further take away the voice of the community. And we are a city who has been paying consultants hundreds and thousands of dollars a year, that if we were only listening to our residents, you know, I'm for marijuana, but I listen to everybody here, and quite honestly, I wish they'd been here the whole time and not just showing up here today. Wish they'd been here for months. I wish they were here for every issue. I wish people were reading and paying attention to the items that you pass and where our money is going. Okay, but I'm not convinced that people are, and I'm not convinced that you are. But the people who volunteer their time for commissions, I know these people, and I know that they read, and I know that they pay attention, and I know that they are lifelong residents. So instead of using consultants, let's use the people. You know what? On those days where you have to have those meetings, why don't you guys show up to work at noon so you can work until 8 o'clock at night? So when people get off of work, they can show up. I mean, we are in a new time. We got Facebook. We got social media. We have modern technology. We can really reach out and embrace this community, and we failed to do this. Even with the marijuana ordinance, we all as a community could not be fighting about this. It could not be a 55-45. If marijuana was not looking so bad in this city, which it was allowed to look so bad by this city, these people wouldn't have this stereotype, because marijuana is really about patient rights. It's about health and wellness. It's about people not being hooked on opiates. It's about people not getting drunk off of Jack Daniels. It's about, I mean, we're upset about marijuana. I'm upset about the prostitution. I'm upset about the dope that gets sold in the Stater Brothers parking lot. I'm upset about being at Stater Brothers in Highland, which is the 7th ward of the city, and in 6 hours I was there. The manager had to stop people 6 or 7 times from robbing the grocery store, and the police can't get there after an hour and 40 minutes. If there was a marijuana dispensary with an armed security guard 2 doors down, Stater Brothers wouldn't be worrying. There are good There are good neighbor marijuana dispensaries that can pay to secure our neighborhoods. So let me just sum all that up to say that there are bad, I'm not going to lie, but there are good, and there is good that comes out of it, and most marijuana dispensaries can be very good neighbors. Thank you.
Barbara Babcock?
Good afternoon. Anybody tired here? I have 3 minutes, so I want you to stand up, raise your arms, and sit back down. It's my 3 minutes, please. Stand. Stand. Need somebody.
Ms. Babcock, please keep your...
Oh, yes, sir. Okay.
Address the council.
Okay, I will address the council to please everybody breathe in and breathe out. I love this city, and I'm not going to say probably what you expect me to say. I'm here to talk about the commissions, but I just want to say it really doesn't matter what you vote today, because I have confidence in Andrea Travis Mitchell. I worked with her. What are you grinning for, Ms. Mitchell? I worked with her. Oh, my God. Andrea Travis Miller. I know her well. Worked with her, got to know her when she was the assistant, and then when she was the acting. And I tell you what, if separating these commissions doesn't work, I have every belief that she will, and you guys will agree, to put it back, maybe not the way it was. And probably there are some people in these commissions that should not be on there. I'm not going to say who, but we all have our favorites. I want to give just a quick background in my 3 minutes why I'm saying that the commissions matter. I just called Margaret Hill. She sends her love to everybody. Hi, Margaret. She said at least 10 or 12 years ago they started raising the money for the Rosa Parks sculpture. And it was only back in 2014 that the city council, when I was on the Fine Arts Commission, we voted to give about $2,500. And that money was seed money, but we realized it wasn't enough. After Eloise Reyes was elected as assembly member, we on the Fine Arts Commission thought, what can we do to help? We were going to give more money, but what could we do to make a difference? And I'll actually have to say that it was Gigi Hanna, along with Dottie Garcia, that said, we need to go to all of our electeds. And you know what? They did. And guess what? The only one that wrote back in 2014 was Eloise Reyes. And I want to give you a shout out, Ms. Reyes, for what you're doing for this city. This morning I got a phone call. And somebody from the symphony said, Barbara, we have some seats that we can fill. You know what? Gil today and I think we filled about 50 or 60 seats for students and for young people with Option House to go to the symphony. That's why we matter as a commission, not what we do once a month. My God, we put in much more than one meeting a month. We make a difference. I don't want you guys to vote to separate us today, but if you do, I just know, since many of you are up for re-election, that we will fix it if it doesn't work. I think I can ask that of each of you. And I thank you for what you do. I love this city. And it's an election year. Remember it. Thanks.
Eugene Orr. Maji.
Do I have to push this one, or is it? Okay. Greetings, all. I'm speaking on the Maji Noir, speaking on Cannabis 24. I come representing a large group of people. Oh, okay. So sorry. So, I believe the need for cannabis is apparent in the amount of dispensaries in the city, as well as the amount of people that come through for the cannabis events at the National Orange Show. Kushstock is expecting over 30,000. And the amount of people that come through the dispensaries in the city, as well as cannabis-related events. And the way I see cannabis is, one, medical, and two, spiritual, being a Gabrielino native. Gabrielino native is native to San Bernardino. My family's been here for quite some time. So I just want to throw it out there that cannabis is also a spiritual thing. I see it bringing people together, community-wise. Not everybody takes part in it, but I don't take part in cigarettes. So I was thinking to myself, maybe regulating in the sense like cigarettes, be respectful in that way. I wouldn't want anybody to smoke a cigarette around me or a child. I wouldn't smoke cannabis around a child. Health is very important to me, and see, I even make my own bread. I don't like to be involved with, see, I consider red dyes and high fructose corn syrup to be very taboo when it comes to eating. So I feel like there should be regulations on things like that too coming into the city. Health is very important. When people are on a healthy mindset, a healthy level, then they make healthier decisions. I don't believe that everybody needs to do the same thing to get at that level. But I feel like respect is very important. So I hope that you guys can see cannabis on that spiritual level with me. And we can all just, I guess, respect that. Cannabis is here to stay. Yeah, that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, there's a number of emails that came in.
The letters that I have placed in front of each of your...
Each one has them.
You
Okay.
each have copies of those.
Very good, thank you. Thank you, appreciate the comments from the public. We'll now move to consent calendar items that were pulled. First one pulled was item number 13 by Councilmember Nickel. Item number 13 is recommendation to adopt a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino authorizing and directing the Director of Finance to increase RP Landscape and Immigration Purchase Order 2018-294 from a total of $45,760 to $77,798 for citywide median maintenance. Councilman Nickel?
Yeah, well, first, I want to welcome our new Director of Public Works. I know we got an introduction last time, but again, welcome, and I appreciate your addition to our team. I did have some questions that were posed to me by some constituents regarding this item. Obviously, being without a Public Works Director for some time, We've had to deal with circumstances, but certainly moving forward, I anticipate we'll start seeing some improvement. And there have been improvements. And just so you know, I've heard good comments about pothole repairs and so forth. But I do get some concerns expressed to me about median maintenance. We have trees in the medians needing to be watered, grass that's either dying and so I would like to get some sense of what is the scope of the responsibility of this particular vendor and this particular contract, and what do we see in terms of regular monitoring and incremental improvements in terms of the overall appearance and quality of our medians? Do we have some idea of how we're going to eventually get to some improvement?
Absolutely. There's kind of a couple different, Honorable Mayor, Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak. There are a couple different approaches that we have to take depending on the issues. This contract is to maintain. It's not focused on any kind of improvement or restoration. However, next year I have, as part of the budget process, talked with the supervisor of this group to get some money in there to minimally start doing the aesthetics on the medians that have lost turf. So can we put bark down? Can we do things like that to kind of maintain a more kept look? In addition, there is probably going to need to be kind of a capital project to start looking at how do we want our medians to look in the future. How they were designed in the past aren't compatible with water use that we want to take on in the future. So we really need to look at how we want those medians to look and how they can be better sustainable in the future for our water use. So we'll be looking at that. But that won't be through this contract. That will be through a capital project, most likely, to kind of lay out some options for different designs.
What is the scope of this contract? What does maintenance encompass?
It is maintaining, weeding, mowing if needed, watering, those types of things, just kind of the basic maintenance.
That one's coming in the future. We just did an RFP to get another, to accomplish those goals that the director wants to do. This particular one is increasing the purchase order because what took place was we were doing it for maintenance.
For basic maintenance.
That's correct.
Yes.
We were doing it
Yeah.
bi-weekly, so this will increase what we were doing.
Yes.
Okay.
And this just extends it. We will be putting it out for bid again at the beginning of the year, fiscal year.
I did get some concerns. I know on North Park, our median, we have some rather large trees that have grown in that median. We have roots that are growing up through the pavement, through the median itself, some other areas. So those were some of the concerns expressed to me to make sure that as we're moving forward with this, we're beginning to address some of those concerns as well.
There are both kind of maintenance of trees, pruning, as well as upkeep, and in addition, trees that have died and being able to remove those. So we're looking at what funding we need to address both those issues.
Okay, I'll move to approve. Thank you.
Councilmember Valdivia.
Thank you. No, I do have some questions regarding the median. I'm certainly glad to see that the specific corridor on packet page 278, the item is Muscogee medians. Ms. City Manager, I appreciate your leadership and certainly allowing a greater degree of our public works crews and if need be, the necessary responsibilities assigned to an outsourced agency where we can really improve that. When you suggested that it's basic landscaping, what is that? Can you define that? Is it just trimming and minor trimming and lawnmower service and?
And again, she said it a minute ago, and she can probably expand upon this, but it really is not dealing with the long-term. Councilmember Nickel commented on the roots growing up through pavement and things. We recognize that we are not maintaining the medians to the standards that we want. We probably are going to need to do some kind of major capital project at each one of them to get them in a position where they can all meet some basic aesthetic standard that we would have you set, and so we want to give you some options on the way how do you want some of these medians to look. But this contract is really just the weeding, the trimming. In this, they are attempting. I think over time we've tried to get away with less regular maintenance, so she's trying to get them out there on a more regular basis so that we can count on them and have regular rotation schedules.
So the routine stuff includes weeding, trash pickup, edging, mowing, those types of things that are required, depending on the characteristics of that median.
So the contract's from $45,000 to $77,000, and there's about 10 additional sites. My question is, on your packet page 278, on items 24 through 31,
yes.
Specifically, some of these areas, are they city-owned property? I mean,
they are city-owned, but not necessarily median. There's some parking lots we own that we also take care of, do trash pickup on, so it allows us to take care of those as well.
Okay. Going forward, I'm going to prove I'm in favor of this. I think it's good for our city, but Ms. City Manager, I think we need to really have a comprehensive look at some of the other opportunities. This certainly helps only a portion of our city, and I respect kind of the decision to really improve downtown, but there are other areas in our community. So
this is for this particular contract. We do have some other ones that will be coming back before you. We're also trying to consolidate some of the agreements because we think that having some economies of scale so that we have larger companies handling larger areas. So again, we're trying, this just happens to be this one, but we are looking at all those. Our intent is to ultimately have whatever standard of maintenance that we are able to achieve, given the financial limitations that we do have, but whatever that maintenance standard is that we've approved, applied equally and uniformly across the city.
So my other question is, does this somehow impact, and maybe it's a Jim Tickmeyer question, I don't know, but does this impact, I know RMP Landscaping also has parkway services for our public, are they somehow if we were to approve this, does this somehow impact park services that our RMP Landscaping provides to park services? Because I kind of would like to know that we're doing both, right? That we're improving services and cleanups on these specific areas, but at the same time, I don't want to have detrimental impacts to parks. Our parks are coming a long way. I think you're doing a great job, Jim.
And Councilman, the parks are doing well, and RP has covered this, both of these duties in the past. This is not something new. This is just an expansion, I believe, of what Trish and Public Works have had in the past. This is just to extend that. I believe there may be some additional sites, but it's my responsibility to make sure that it doesn't impact our parks. If RP wants to take on additional facilities, then RP Landscaping is responsible to add the additional staff, the additional equipment, whatever it is to do that. But we are not going to, from my standpoint, I'm not going to settle for a reduced level of service at our parks because a contractor has decided to expand his business and increase his profits.
And I think there's a shift, just stepping, at the much broader level.
Yep.
It's really a shift in philosophy. We certainly can engage consultants and contractors to do work that's needed in the city. But if we are not effectively managing those contracts and overseeing them, then we aren't doing our jobs. Hiring a contractor does not give you the ability to then absolve yourself of responsibility. You have to make sure that contractor's performing, and if they're not performing, then we need to deal with it.
Yep. All right. Thank you.
Any further discussion? No, we have a motion. We have a second.
Why can't we vote public? Can't vote electronic.
On item 13, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Nichol, the second by Mr. Valdivia, and the item passes 6-0.
Thank you. Next is item number 16. This is adopt a resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of San Bernardino adopting the 5-year capital project needs analysis for 2018-19 through 2022-23 for Measure I, the 2010 to 2040 expenditures. Councilmember Valdivia?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll wait for staff maybe to make a brief presentation on it.
Sure. I mean, these, in fact, the two items that you've pulled are related. So 16 and 17 are related. It's related to the Measure I funds. As the council is aware, there was additional funding available to us through the Measure I program. It is very restrictive, and there's really separate pots. We are required, once the council adopts its capital improvement plan for the year, you've already done that, we are also then required to submit these forms in this system. These are really projects that you've already seen in the past, but we are required to report on them in this manner to comply with the county's requirements and SBCTA's requirements. So again, these are projects that you've seen in the past. They were either approved in the measure or they're projects that the council has previously approved. And then Michael manages the measure money, so if you have specific questions about the status of some of the projects, we can attempt to address those.
I'll move for approval on 16. I have more questions on 17, so I'd like to move to approve on 16.
Motion to second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your votes.
On item 16, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Valdivia, the second by Mr. Nichol, and the item passes 6-0.
Thank you. Item number 17 is a resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of San Bernardino, California, adopting the 5-year capital improvement program 2017 to 2022 for Measure I local expenditures. Councilman Valdivia?
Ms. City Manager, the item on packet page 322, and Mr. Grubbs, I don't know, perhaps maybe you can enlighten me a little bit, but there's a spreadsheet of several projects, pavement rehabilitation, 11 locations. Second row is pavement rehabilitation at 13 or 12 locations, and then it goes on, pavement rehabilitation for 13 locations, when I do some minor math here, that's about $3.5 million worth of pavement rehabilitation. I know this is probably a high-level view of this, but what are we doing to engage council members on identifying these corridors, and what are we doing as a council to prioritize the needs of special projects? In essence, what I've been asking for several years now, Urbita Elementary School, right in front of their their street there, many of the residents have called your office, complained. We're not getting anywhere. And so it's alarming to me that we're not addressing certain concerns. And when we have arterial concerns and major roadways, while I understand that, we should have some type of special bucket where we can accommodate some of the needs and demands of those lesser schools. And so the areas, I think we need to possibly at the budget workshop or CIP capital improvement plans, I heard quite a few rumblings that my residents are going to come down and, certainly appreciate the political and public comments here tonight on their particular issue. But we do need to have a candid conversation, Ms. City Manager. The Third Ward residents are quite alarmed that we're getting ignored. And some of these city streets in the Third Ward, I've advocated for many years, in certain corridors aren't getting fixed. And so I'm going to constantly represent those interests when I get school kids calling and I get PTA presidents calling me and I get certain individuals in our community saying, Councilman, what are you doing about these streets in front of a school? There is bare, you can see the ground in certain areas. The roadway has essentially evaporated. It's gone. There's areas it's alligatored completely. And so my question is, what are we doing to engage council members' decisions on their particular areas? And number two, what are these locations?
First, the council goes through a process, and you're starting that process again, where we develop the annual CIP. And the annual CIP in the last couple of years has included a whole host of projects in out years. What we attempted to do is kind of reset the button last year, recognizing the fact that we do have limited resources. We wanted to focus on the council's highest priorities and make sure that we could deliver a CIP that we actually can look back on at the end of the year and agree that we met those objectives. So that through that CIP process, the council sits down, we propose projects based on our knowledge of the streets, the conditions of our roadways, our side panels, our medians, and all of our other public infrastructure, and then the council establishes a spending priority. Once that's done, then we are creating a work plan from that so that is also adopted, and this council has a CIP that's been adopted for this fiscal year and a work plan that we're working from. These projects are those things that are in that approved CIP. So as we start the budget process, we will have a series of meetings where we walk through what our annual estimated expenditures are. We'll talk about what the departments need to operate the various programs and services that have been approved by the council that are in conformity with the priorities and the goals and objectives that we've been discussing. That's part of the reason why we're going through those very tedious strategic planning discussions, to make sure that we all agree on what are those priority areas. And a part of that discussion will include what are your expectations regarding capital projects, how much funding do we have available for that, and where does this council want to spend or prioritize its funding. Last year, there was an emphasis placed on arterials because we also recognized that we had streets, residential streets throughout the community that were suffering and in need of rehabilitation, probably very significant rehabilitation. Most of them, or many of them, I wouldn't say most, but many of them really cannot be slurried. They really need to be fully rehabilitated. So we focused on those arterials, and this reflects, we're late in the process with this, but this reflects the things that were approved in that CIP.
Well, my other question is, where are these locations? The 11, 12, and 13? Can we just maybe offline, out of respect to our council and time, can you just provide that to us?
Again, I'll send everyone a copy of the approved CIP.
Appreciate that. That'll help me kind of understand what the lay of the land is. And also,
And then remember, this is also a routine process too. So these are special funds that we receive.
Sure.
And so as part of that CIP, we're going to show you all the different funding sources, what the restrictions are, and then the council can provide direction on how you best want to utilize those, given the amount of money that we have.
so yeah, the idea here and the concept is that we need to, in the safe routes to schools, I think there are certain restrictions and guidelines on the spend for these safe routes to schools. But nevertheless, the asphalt and deterioration of these pavements is just, it's incredible. We need to really kind of focus in on those school zones and safety zones for kids. And certainly I'll be working with you, Ms. City Manager, advocating. You'll hear from my residents because I got a PTA president that's really kind of concerned about the neglect and some of the calls that have been ignored and messages to various staff members. So I'd like to work with you on that because I think there's solutions available, and we want to certainly welcome our new Public Works Director for all of what you're doing here in our community and your contributions to it.
And I will tell you, we are responding with, and I know some people are frustrated by the response, but we're responding with, the council gave us direction on the CIP this year, and this is what our work plan is for this year. And I have had some people that I've spoken to myself that say, I don't like that CIP, but that is unfortunately what the staff has to comply with at this point.
Oh, no, I get that, but my point is return phone calls and engagement with public is still critical to this councilman, and so my expectation is that your office is somehow directing staff members to make sure that we return phone calls, we get to engage for that public input, because I think that's a critical part. And my final point is, and I think this is moved for approval, so I don't know if someone wants to second it, but the idea is that we need to make sure that the entire community is served with some basic asphalt. We thank you.
And just as a reminder to the council, because we are working on all of our service issues, if you have complaints about calls not being returned or service, please let me know. I do need to know kind of approximate times that people called, if they remember who they spoke to. That will help in tracing those calls.
All right, we have a motion.
All right, I'll second that.
We have a second. Any other discussion?
On item 17, the motion to approve is made by Mr. Valdivia, the second by Mr. Nickel, and the item passes 6-0.
Thank you. Next is item 19, and I have a conflict with this issue related to a campaign contribution, so I will turn the time now over to our new Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh, his first time. Uh-oh, with the gavel. Be
All
careful
right.
with the gavel.
Here we go. All right. And again, thanks for your confidence to my colleagues. It's an honor. All right, next item pulled from the agenda is item 19, street light program update and Sixth Amendment to the vendor services agreement with Quality Light and Electrical. Recommendation is to receive an oral report on the status of the street light program and adopt resolution number 2018-34, a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, authorizing the execution of the Sixth Amendment to the vendor services agreement with Quality Light and Electrical for street light repair and services. Recognize Councilmember Valdivia.
Thank you, Henry. Ms. City Manager, the item before us is a status report and an update, so I'll wait and hold my comments on the update because I want to hear it. If we have a reason to cheer, let's all corporately hear the update and be glad. But I do have some, I'll reserve my time for comments, so.
Thank you, Pro Tem Mayor and Council. Status overall is we're being very aggressive in focusing on our streetlights and getting the city lit again. It is, again, like the median's going to be addressed in phases. The first thing is to get things working that are out there and then looking at how to improve those. The things that we've been focusing on initially is addressing the backlogs in both lights out and pole knockdowns. So that's what we're focusing on now and working on getting contracts in place to get the backlog done and then incorporating those into our day-to-day operations so that we don't allow a backlog to grow again. We are focused on a Broadmoor area to get rid of one of our last high voltage areas in the city. We're working on the design currently, and we hope to be out to construction in that and award a construction contract in this summer. What you see before you today is just an amendment for kind of our ongoing light replacement contract vendor. This allows us to keep him in place until we can release a new RFP for the upcoming year. This is a priority of mine. The city manager has made it very clear that this is an important aspect of the city, and I agree. And so we will be focusing on improving just the lighting and brightening our city. And I'm available for questions.
If I could add to her oral report a little bit, she and I also did have a chance to meet with Southern California Edison because, remember, 50% of our city is in the Southern California Edison territory. Some of the oldest lighting is actually, we certainly have some old lighting, but they certainly do too. And they have an awful lot of lighting that when it goes out, it takes them an extended period of time to get parts for. So I think we had a good conversation with them. It's a follow-up to an earlier conversation, actually 2 earlier conversations I've had with them. And we did express to them that we think we're at the point where we need to speak with the Vice President of Service and Planning because most of the issues that we're finding on the Edison system are technical issues. It's a very outdated infrastructure, and we're requesting to understand exactly what their plan is for the replacement of that infrastructure to be able to support more appropriate lighting in the city.
Councilmember Valdivia.
I'm just super glad to hear that it's your passion, your energy to restore some of our darkened street corridors. Several years ago, when I first was kind of the junior around here, 3 months into my swear-in, I provided a 600-word opinion piece on alternative energy solutions, and I think we still need to continue to champion that. Alternative energy solutions are twofold in the sense that we can also provide solar street lights in specific corridors that have chronic abuse of wire theft. So I would want to encourage you to consider that in your action plan and your assessment and your planning and your upcoming budget workshops. Know that alternative energy solutions not only impact our community for the good, but it also deters crime, I think, in a lot of sense. The whole specific fold of streetlights has a very immediate impact on crime, as we can all understand. The second phase of my comments tonight is the emphasis on crosswalk safety lights. For about 2.5 years ago, I noticed a extreme backlog of addressing the crosswalk safety lights. Now, the crosswalk safety lights are those areas that illuminate the intersection in a crosswalk area. And so that when intersections are marked in a crosswalk area, they're supposed to have a crosswalk safety light over it, right? And so many of our crosswalk safety, I've noticed in the last 2.5 years, as I've anecdotally surveyed the city, crosswalk safety lights are not being illuminated. There's no passionate interest to restore crosswalk safety lights. It's almost that we have somehow veered away from some other emphasis. And so I understand that we have multiple demands, but that the crosswalk safety lights need to be a first priority because of pedestrians. Maybe even more so. That's arguable. You guys, staff, figure it out, but I trust you to make that determination. But sometimes even more so than the actual residential streetlight. because the crosswalk safety light illuminates that sidewalk area at the public safety zones. And early in the morning, when children are crossing or going to elementary school or high school at that early morning, it's still kind of dim and dark. That certainly provides some areas. So that's a concern. So I'm going to move for approval on this. This is a great item. We appreciate Quality Light. They've done some good impact work on us. I know the Broadmoor corridor needs it. I'm fully supportive of that, Mr. Mulvihill. I think we need to make sure that we have those specific areas of improvements, and so good for Broadmoor and the residents up there. That's a good thing. But what I'd like to see on a status update is, what's our average time? What's our turnaround time? How are we improving? What are the outcomes that I can measure as a councilman? What are those measurable outcomes? And what's the rubric on a before and after of an average repair of a bulb? How many bulbs are repaired daily, before and after? What is the percentage of backlog? Trish, you're awesome at saying that you want to address the backlog, but I want to know before and after, and where were we, and how are we doing now? And what's the percentage of completion, compare and contrast to previous years? And then certainly and finally, Southern California Edison, there's a lot of, my petition and request to you guys is work with Edison. What are they doing to proactively search out? Do they have a nighttime crew?
Well,
Are they going out there and rather than, do they have a special quarterly emphasis on night patrols? Or what are they doing outside of a resident or a business calling in that wood pole?
Right.
What are they doing proactively? Because the concerning thing to me is we get charged about an $8 to $10 pole fee, and the numbers may have increased with recent rate hikes, but we're charged whether or not that bulb is on or not. It's a factored cost that we have to pay. So it's concerning to me. I've talked to SoCal Edison in my conversations with them that they need to somehow proactively, maybe quarterly or however they want to devise it, but what are they doing to do better work on their end so that we know that Edison light bulbs are turned on?
We did talk to them as well, but our preference would also be that we have some double checks, and so internally we're talking about how we can engage either employees or volunteers to actually go out and find those streetlights that are out, and we would. Our goal is to check our system as well as theirs. But I agree. I'd like to see them do it, but we also want to have our ability to do it, too.
Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I kind of like that title. Trish, welcome to our city. I know you're a keeper. In the 8 years I've been here, I've had 9-10 Public Works directors.
Well, hopefully we'll break that trend.
We'll break that cycle, so welcome aboard. I know that I've heard that you've hit the ground running, and that makes me really happy, especially down at the city yard where it's been needed. So welcome aboard. I do have a specific question regarding the street lights on D Street exiting the City Hall parking lot. And it's really ironic because the only time that I notice is when we have a late night council meeting, and it's kind of scary, so maybe Quality can help us out.
And that was
on D Street.
And the parking lot?
Yes,
okay.
Exiting the parking lot, going
okay,
east. So if you can help me out on that, because it is a safety issue for my city staff and visitors here and residents here late at night.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
Has there been a motion for this?
Yes.
Okay, I'll second that.
Councilmember Valdivia.
There are about 3 street lights poles right as you exit Veneer Tower parking lot that face D Street that are out. They've been out for 3 years. So,
okay.
Anyhow, final issue is along E Street. There are both sides of the street from Mill south to south entryway on E Street. Both sides of the street lights are out. And
Mill to which street?
Mill to south. It's odd. It's South Mall entryway.
Okay.
So it's right like by the Burger Mania area.
Gotcha.
So it's not really a street. It's just a South Mall. There's a North Mall entryway and a South Mall entryway.
I gotcha.
But both sides of the sidewalks there, the streetlights are out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Barrios.
And I'm sure you already know, because I addressed the city manager, but on the corner of Crestview and Baseline, the whole entire pole got taken out about a month ago, and I know that we're waiting on a part for
Yes.
it to be replaced. But can you give me a little update on maybe on Sierra Way and Baseline? Because I think 2 light poles got taken out at that intersection lately.
Sierra and Baseline?
Yes.
Okay. I will follow up.
And on the corner of Stoddard and Baseline, there seems to be an older light there, and it's surrounded. As you go down Baseline, the new updated HID lights are on. LED lights. are
LED,
on.
yeah.
But there's one on that one corner. It's not it's not cutting the cheese there, and it is a known area of prostitution. So if you could get that.
So
lighted up
it's
as well.
not on at all, or it's not LED?
It's not LED.
Okay, gotcha.
And
So it's
there's
not
a
as bright.
significant difference as you
Gotcha.
go down the street.
Okay.
And as you look down Stoddard as well, it's pretty dark as well.
Okay, I gotcha.
Thank you.
Councilmember Richard.
Yes. I just have one question. When can we get a copy of the plan as to how you guys are going to implement? What lights are you going to, how are you going to address it? What wards are you going to first? What areas are you going to first? And I know that there's a lot of areas in the 6th Ward that haven't had lights forever. So, looking at this, and then we appreciate Broadmoor and all the other places.
gotcha.
I've gone down to some of the areas that Barrios is talking about, past those areas regularly, but there's a lot of areas in the 6th Ward that have been unlit forever. And we need to look at it, and we can talk about it offline,
Okay.
but we do need to address that.
Okay.
And we want to see the plan to make sure that it's not, we're not just repairing lights in one area, and that we're jumping around, so that way we can see some results in all parts of the city.
Gotcha.
And I would just add on to something, and Trish and I have talked about this, and particularly in your ward, not only do you have lights out, and so we're trying to find those so people don't have to call and report them, so we want to find those and get them fixed, but you also have a lot of areas that probably need more lighting. There's some unlighted areas, and that is going to have to be a capital. So one of the things we've talked about, we do have some funding, and we're working on an RFP now to have someone come in and do an analysis about where do we need to add additional facilities so that it's better lighting.
Or upgrade.
Yeah.
Upgrade.
Yeah, or
Yeah.
upgrade because
Yep.
it's not sufficient. Maybe it needs more poles, it's not actually providing coverage it needs to or something. But again, that's kind of a capital component that we're also working on.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? We have a motion and a second on the floor. Please cast your votes.
On item 19, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Valdivia and the second by Ms. Marquez, and the item passes 6-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. If we could invite the mayor back in, I believe he stepped out. The next item pulled was, I believe, item 23, and I'll go ahead and hand over to the mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Nichol, for filling in, and we want to thank you for accepting that responsibility, and thank Councilman Schredt for his faithful service during the time that he was serving as Mayor Pro Tem. It's a pleasure working with him, and know you'll do just as good a job, so thank you. Next is item number 23. It's a recommendation to introduce for final reading an ordinance of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, repealing and replacing Municipal Code Chapter 2.17 pertaining to the general provisions for boards, commissions, and citizens advisory committees. And 2, introduce for final reading an ordinance of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, repealing and replacing Municipal Code Chapter 2.76 pertaining to subcommittees of the City Council. Councilmember Nichol.
Just a question on the quorum requirements. There was a concern expressed to me. I do understand that as pertains to any of these citizens advisory committees, correct, that the quorum is going to be any 5 members in attendance. That's on packet page 401. The concern that was expressed to me is, say, for example, you have a 9-member advisory committee. Obviously, 5 members would constitute a quorum. However, with that quorum of 5 members, 3 members would constitute a majority. So even though you have a 9-member advisory committee, you could, in theory, have something approved with only 3 of those committee members voting in the affirmative. So there was a concern that even though the quorum would stand at 5, that in terms of the requirements of a majority, that it be a majority of the membership or the majority of the members present. I know those are 2 different standards. So, and there was a concern that in theory a significant minority of one of these committees could in effect approve something simply because there were a number of members absent for that particular meeting. Could you address that concern?
Well, first, this is existing language. We didn't change everything about it. So this is if it's been a problem, I guess it's been a problem. You guys are the architects of these ordinances. We're your scriveners. So if you feel that you would like to have either a larger quorum or a higher majority, we can certainly build that into the ordinance. That would require us to come back with a new first reading because this is a second reading.
And I would just add to that, I think part of the reason why staff didn't look at that and express any concerns with it as it was existing, because in that same chapter, 2.17.020 on packet page 400 requires that each of the boards that are subject to this or these series of provisions shall consist of 9 members unless otherwise provided in an ordinance or resolution creating the board. And so in those cases where we have had differences, we've addressed the quorum requirement in those ordinances.
Okay, so what is the standard definition of a majority, since it wasn't specifically defined here? What constitutes a majority?
Well, it typically would be a majority of those present, except under certain circumstances. For example, a resolution, or if you had a 5-member body, for example, a resolution typically requires 3 affirmative votes. So in this case, it would be a majority of a quorum would be 3. You've got a quorum of 5. So, obviously that's an issue. But on the other hand, if you have more than 5 people present, it's always going to be the majority of those actually voting. It's not going to be a majority of a quorum if there's more than a quorum present.
How do we handle that here on the council? So a majority, a quorum of the council would be
jump in here. The majority of the council is 4 of the 7. So even if there's only, and a quorum is 4. So even if there's only 4 of you here, 4 of you have to vote. And I know our office has advised the boards and commissions in the same way. So if a quorum is 5 and there's a 9-member board, a majority of the board would be 5.
Yeah, I don't want to have to bring this back if possible, but it was a very serious concern expressed, especially since we are considering consolidating some of these commissions and committees, that they want to ensure that, as pertains potentially to matters that were raised in public comment tonight, that a significant minority couldn't make a decision. If that's more or less the opinion or sort of the way we have dealt with it, I just want to make sure maybe there's a footnote or something in here that states that. I don't know if there's a way to do that, but...
This language was the same as before, and we've
Okay.
always advised
How have we
boards and commissions.
historically handled the committees and commissions in terms of that issue? We've always advised?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. I'll move to approve.
Do we have a second? Any further discussion? Not, please cast your votes.
On item 23, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Nickel and the second by Mr. Mulvihill, and the item passes 6-0.
Thank you. I believe I'm getting a little bit of pressure to have a break. And so we will take a break until 8 o'clock. Thank you. Go ahead and get started. Next on the agenda is item number 24. This is to review and discuss the draft cannabis regulations and provide direction to staff regarding cannabis business types, public consumption and use, indoor and outdoor personal cultivation, special events, tax and fee revenue. Mr. Persico?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members, and members of the public. The item before you is a discussion on cannabis regulations. Sorry, I forgot I control the PowerPoint. There are actually three ordinances before the City Council this evening. The first is commercial cannabis activity, the second is personal cultivation, and the third is public consumption and smoking in public. Before I go into some of the highlights, I think I'd like to say that what many of the speakers here referenced tonight have already been incorporated into the ordinance. The ordinance does attempt to balance all of the interests, and we believe that we've really come up with a safe and effective ordinance that limits locations within the city. Neighborhood dispensaries, I think, in the city of San Bernardino have not worked. They've all been illegal, no doubt, but I think they've proven themselves that they just do not work. So the standards that have been crafted, or that are before the City Council, I should say, for consideration, largely limit the locations for all cannabis activity, except for personal cultivation, which you can do, to the freeways and to the major corridors. So we do have two maps here on the wall. They are for illustrative purposes only, but if people want to look at those maps, the areas which have been grayed out are the areas which we believe are ineligible for commercial cannabis activity. So I'll go through briefly what we have done. It does take a very slow, measured approach to the issuance of permits. This is really a new industry. I don't think the city or, frankly, California has seen a new industry in quite some time. So we really have tried to craft regulations that we do believe incorporate the best practices that are available. With that, I will briefly go through some of the highlights of the commercial cannabis activity. The overarching goal, again, is to provide safe access and to balance people's access with protecting the public's health, safety, and welfare of the community. The ordinance does regulate both medical cannabis and adult use. And pursuant to state law, there's been quite a lot of discussion about special events. Under state law, the only place where special events, cannabis events, can occur are at state fairgrounds, which for us would be the National Orange Show. The ordinance does require that that be done under a development agreement, which is a very prescribed process under the Development Code, which is originally reviewed by the Planning Commission with a recommendation to the Council. And then the Council, if it so chooses, would adopt that. And that is essentially a contract between the city and the operator of the National Orange Show. The ordinance does limit the number of licenses, maximum number of licenses to 21. And actually, I shouldn't say it's 21. It's one license per 10,000 population, which based upon the current population would be 21 licenses. So as the city grows, the number of licenses would potentially increase. The ordinance does have a merit-based point system, so we are definitely looking for businesses that incorporate some of the best practices, are responsible operators, and really have sustainable businesses. We've tried to recognize, again, that this is really a new industry, a new business type, and we believe we've crafted ordinances that really reward businesses which are sustainable for the long-term benefit of the operator as well as the community at large. There's been a lot of discussion about the status of existing illegal businesses. Under the proposed proposed ordinance, they would not be eligible to apply for a business in the city of San Bernardino. And then the last highlight, which I'd like to point out, is delivery of cannabis. Delivery under state law is very prescribed, and delivery can only be done out of a storefront, and we have required that in order for a business to be able to deliver in San Bernardino, they have to be based in San Bernardino. So they couldn't be based in Colton or couldn't be based in Los Angeles and drive in and deliver. There's also been a lot of discussion about the fees and enforcement. The fees and the enforcement are a very critical part, obviously, of any successful ordinance. So the fees, the council will be, staff will be bringing back a resolution for council consideration, which incorporates all of the fees that it costs the city to review, process, and enforce. And that's a critical part, enforce the ordinance. So we will be bringing that back, and that will be before the council prior to the ordinance, this ordinance, if it is ultimately adopted, before this is effective. So some of the other items in there are a variety of tools that the city has for enforcement, civil penalties, suspension or revocation of licenses, criminal prosecution, which is something that we are doing much more. We have been doing much more in the last year or two. And then the last one would be a civil enforcement. So what we've tried to craft here is a comprehensive set of regulations that not only permit, but then also enforce those regulations. The second ordinance, and I'll go through all three of them and then be able to answer questions. The second ordinance is personal cultivation. Under state law, cities can reasonably regulate, but they cannot prohibit personal cultivation. And personal cultivation is 6 or fewer plants within a private residence. Cities can prohibit outdoor cultivation, and we have prohibited, or we are recommending outdoor cultivation be prohibited. And that means open air. I know there's been a lot of discussion about what does that mean. So a greenhouse, if it is permitted, is a structure which you could, under state law, it's called mixed light, but I know a lot of people weren't really sure what mixed light was. So if you have a greenhouse in your backyard, if you have a permit for that structure, you could grow up to 6 plants in it. For rental properties, tenants must have property owner approval before they can grow any cannabis in their property. Again, it must be within a fully enclosed structure, which means that it can't be visible from the outside, nor can there be smells from the outside of the property. And we have incorporated into the draft ordinance quite a comprehensive set of enforcement mechanisms. And then the third ordinance before the council this evening is public consumption or public smoking. And under this draft ordinance, qualified individuals would be able to smoke in public. Smoking within a building is prohibited. Smoking also includes vaping. I know there's been a lot of discussion about that. Smoking is prohibited within 50 feet of a building entrance or any opening to a building. That includes air conditioning, vents, windows, anything like that. Nothing in this chapter would prohibit an employer from drafting their own workplace rules. They don't lose any rights. And again, there are appropriate enforcement mechanisms in the ordinance. Real quickly on the next steps, based upon the direction from the Planning Commission this evening, the City Council the Planning Commission is currently scheduled to hold a noticed public hearing next Tuesday night, February 13th, a Development Code amendment. The Commission would take input because some of these provisions do get referenced or incorporated into the Development Code. So the Planning Commission would hold their hearing on the 13th. The City Council would have their formal public hearing, first formal public hearing on February 21st with second reading on the 7th. And then under the charter, ordinances become effective 31 days thereafter, which is tentatively April 7th. And as I mentioned, between now and April 7th, we will be bringing forward a fee resolution as well as a resolution for a merit-based point system. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available to answer any questions.
Councilman Valdivia?
Thank you, sir. Mr. Persico, on slide number 3, just a couple of questions here. The highlight portion of the commercial cannabis activity.
Yes.
The development agreement, would that be a static or event-driven type of application process?
Development agreements, this is relatively new for activities. Development agreements are more typically done for actual projects. So the council could have the ability to, there's a lot of flexibility is probably what I'm trying to say. The council could set the term of the development agreement. The council could also decide what gets incorporated into that development agreement. The development agreement is a contract between the public agency and the property owner. So there are a lot of provisions that could be incorporated into that.
So my concern, first off, I think it's a great idea if the council were to entertain that idea, that it be under the auspices and care of a development agreement. I think that provides complete and utter control for the council to make those decisions and constraints on the events there at the Orange Show. So I'm in favor of it. I'm just trying to find out exactly the nuances and the process, and maybe we don't have to get into the minutia, but just give me a high view. Is this so the National Orange Show would then make application, or would the individual show or circus come into town on this particular cannabis event?
It would be issued to the National Orange Show.
Okay.
So anybody, if the development agreement is ultimately approved and adopted, then any operator would have to comply with that. So regardless of who's coming in to do a show, those are the rules that pertain to that entire piece of property.
Is this per event, or is this a existing contract, say 1 year, this year fiscal year, or a 3-year fiscal renewable on the one? Can we structure it in any which way we
We can
want?
structure it in the way we want to, and I would really strongly urge that it be a 1 year, because I think each year we're going to want to reevaluate
Sure,
what that is.
sure.
And I think that we, as we've had discussions and continue to have discussions with National Orange Show about a whole host of issues, I think we can wrap kind of all those issues up into a development agreement format and also then address the cannabis. This gives us just a tool to address it with respect to cannabis events as well.
Is there a fee associated with the development agreement that the Orange Show would somehow pay the city to enter into this contract, and those terms could be negotiated? And
Yep, and then ultimately presented to the council for approval.
the development agreement, would that bypass the planning commission or come straight directly to the council?
It does need to go to the Planning Commission because it does involve development, but as general plan amendments, the Planning Commission makes a recommendation to the City Council. The Council has ultimate control and approval authority over a development agreement.
Okay, so ultimately it will come back to the full council?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I should add, Council.
Go ahead.
So I should add, Council Member, it is an ordinance, so it is a public hearing, it is a first reading, it is a second reading, so it does go through a fairly lengthy public review process.
At the planning commission, it goes through a hearing, or when it comes to our council?
Both instances.
So this could really, my only, I mean, I like the development agreement. I'm not criticizing your work here. What I'm saying is, this could really impact the National Orange Show, put their thinking cap on, and plan out events for 2 years, because this could take a long time.
Yes.
Coming back before our government and finding out the nuances and planning and really having a tight schedule, so that the Orange Show can't just abruptly insert an event.
Right.
They have to calendarize it,
Yep.
suggest it.
And it gives us a lot more time to react than to
Yeah.
the demands that ultimately end up being placed on the city and on police department.
Well, ultimately, that's my point, is public safety, is making sure that we have the necessary police officers and the support staff to, if the council were to go this way, to augment services for our public safety. I mean, Andrew, you and I have talked a little bit about this, but that's important, and I appreciate it. The delivery of cannabis, why a storefront, and why physically located? Before you answer, could it be that the commercial services gets a permit, and I'm just kind of thinking aloud here because that's the public setting, folks. We have to think aloud here, and this is the public discourse of it. So I'm almost kind of amused as to why they have to be here locally. Couldn't they just get a seller's permit or some type of record of file business permit like many contractors do? Don't operate physically in our community, but they somehow still are registered.
That would be an option, and I actually misspoke. There is under state law what's called a non-storefront delivery. A couple of reasons for requiring they be based locally. First, that would count towards one of the 21 licenses.
True.
Secondly, that gives the city much more control over them. And thirdly, I know that there's been some question about, are we giving into sales tax? But frankly, the third one is sales tax. They would become a point of sale for operating in the city of San Bernardino.
And the other thing, from several groups, we heard that we wanted to encourage local employees, and we thought this creates a potential another job opportunity because they would have office staff here potentially, depending on the size of the operation. But again, we heard some comments that we wanted to try to provide jobs to local residents.
Okay. Moving on to the fees and enforcement, the enforcement tools and options. Would that also include property seizures and forfeiture of cash? Because I don't see that here. If in fact, do we have the authority to go in and seize that and use it for public benefit and somehow provide some resources here for our public safety sector?
We do have a section, and I know Stephen's got the exact section
I'm just
number.
ready to go.
Oh, great.
So it's Section 510-440. I know there's a lot there. If you look, line 24, one of the remedies is disgorgement and payment to the city of any monies unlawfully obtained. So if there's a marijuana dispensary and it's operating without a permit, the money they're making off of that could become ours through this enforcement process.
Okay, all right. And finally, the second to the last page, Mark, highlights on public consumption and public smoking ordinance. Number 3, the smoking within the entry point of a 50 foot from the entry point to a building. Does that mimic normal no smoking laws here, state? So it does.
Yes.
Is that how you came to this conclusion then?
Yes, and there's actually a couple of different standards. One of the clarifications that we'll be bringing is the 50-foot is in the ordinance, but if you read, there's another place in the ordinance where it says 25 feet because there's two different standards. So just as a point of clarification, if anybody notices that, and I can point you to that exact section. But yes, 50 feet is standard, and we are going to make that consistent within the ordinance.
Including the 25-foot inconsistent that you just
Yes,
mentioned.
and that
all right.
is on page... This came together fairly quickly, so there are a few internal inconsistencies. I unfortunately don't see that right now, but yes, 20...
It's on page 10, Mark. It's line 11, 070.
Okay.
Is the 25-foot distance.
Right, which would actually be packet page 480, page 10 of the draft. So when this comes back for public hearing, we will change that also to 50 feet.
Okay, thank you very much.
And just, I would be remiss if I did not comment. I have to commend all the staff members, our consultant, HDL, we have Matt here, but certainly David's been here. Stephen Graham's worked on this, Mark Persico, Terry, myself. So it's been about 5 or 6 people, and they did a remarkable job turning this around very quickly.
Councilman Mulvihill?
Yes. First, I want to thank the citizens that showed up. We really have not had much of the broader public of the 45% that did not vote for cannabis to at least recognize that, in fact, there is a large proportion of our population that really wants us to move cautiously. The young mother concerned about her children and the school teacher and so forth. But to the consultant, I asked, was it Mr. McPherson, the other? Does delivery count as retail for the grants, for the state grants? And he said he was going to look into it.
David's not here, but Matt's going to come up and answer.
Sure. And I apologize, he did not address that with me. And could you pose the question again?
Well, essentially, there are state grants available, but you have to have personal cultivation and you have to have retail.
Oh, so the question is, if you prohibit an activity, then you would not be able, and
retail.
That is a question that we would have to pose to the Bureau of Cannabis Control, because it is unclear as to the prohibition of that activity, whether it would exempt you from
Because
the
if we
grants.
just had delivery rather than any storefronts, that was a question.
Correct. And yes, we don't have an answer on that.
Can we get an answer for that? Because Mr. McPherson, the last time we were here on the 1st,
I think he's trying to get that from the state. He did speak at the city managers conference last week, and that question was raised there as well. And I do know that they've been working with the state to try to identify that.
Okay.
Yeah. So we will stay on top of it and try to get the answer for you.
I have a couple of points regarding the commercial cannabis, and I wish we'd take these, part by part, so we don't get confused of what we're dealing with. The one license per 10,000 population, if we're going to have retail, allowing 21. As you see in the PowerPoint presentations, there's a large attrition rate of retail outlets, 40%. I want to see the ones that, if we're going to have retail, I want to see them succeed. And so the point is 1 per 10,000 gives us 21. I really would like to limit the number of retail outlets, and I think some of the citizens who were here wanted to reduce the numbers as well. And so, from my point of view, and I don't know if I can, does it take a motion among we'll take a motion to see if other people agree with this?
Councilmember, I can answer that specific concern. If you go to the section that has the limit within it.
Well, I've got the 5.10.080.
Right.
It's the first paragraph.
Yes. So you'll see there that there is 1 permit per 10,000.
Yes.
Those permits are for all activities. So that's cultivation, manufacturing, distribution, and retail. Specifically, it says there that the number of each type is set by the council by resolution. So the maximum number of all activities is 21. If the council wants 5 retail dispensaries in the city, you can pass that by subsequent resolution.
And
so this isn't 21 dispensaries in the city. It's 21 total permits.
And that includes, in terms of...
all buckets.
I guess I'm concerned about that because in the same section under B, the city council is limited to reducing the number of cannabis permits. It's the last sentence. The city council may determine by resolution the number of commercial cannabis permits should stay the same or be expanded. Well, I'm thinking the other way. We should be able to limit the number of permits below, regardless of what we're doing from 21 to 19 to 15.
And that's quite correct. I mean, every permit is going to have to be approved by this council, and you're not required to issue 21 permits. That's the maximum total. So if you only get 15 quality applications, you only approve 15 permits.
And I guess with regard to commercial outlets, are there going to be design standards for, because, and I'd surely like to see what the design, because you can get pretty garish. You know, large green cannabis leaves on a building and so forth.
Yeah, we've
Orange
had a lot of discussion about that, and we are very sensitive to that, absolutely.
And again, just knowing the present history of cannabis locations, they're not an attraction to the retail community in that area. Property owners have complained to me about there's a cannabis activity on the next block over, and it's really hurting his business. And so I think one of the problems, of course, is not just the clientele, but the look of the facility itself. And so I'm really concerned about what the design standards are going to be. Okay, now I'll save my other questions for when we get to the other points.
So if I could just elaborate, the council could make a decision to alter this.
Yes.
Initially, it could say 1 in 20,000. It could cut it in half, and then come back in a subsequent time. Could, if those activities that are permitted are operating in compliance, then, and if it was deemed agreeable that maybe there was a recognition that there might be a need that's not being met, then the council could come back at a subsequent time and modify that.
And I would just say, please know, this is our best effort to try to take all the input that we've received at public meetings from various groups and things. There was some discussion at your Citizens Advisory Committee about, kind of numbers and things, and while they weren't dealing directly with this was not their task, was to deal with the commercial cannabis because of the Measure O implications. Again, we tried to look at and balance some of the comments about we want businesses to be able to be successful. We want regulatory permits that enable the city to add that extra layer of enforcement and city prosecution and oversight to these businesses so that they are not becoming a nuisance to the community. So what would that fee look like, and who's going to be responsible for paying for it? So again, these are all just estimates, trying to take a lot of input and a lot of information being provided by people and thoughts and impressions and trying to synthesize it into a document. So again, you set those standards. We just want to give you a beginning point.
I'd like to get back to the basic point that I had dealing with Section B. The number of commercial cannabis permits, the council may determine by resolution the number of commercial permits should stay the same or be expanded. Could we put stay the same, be reduced, or be expanded? In other words, if we wanted to reduce the number of permits, we'd have to go through the whole process of changing the ordinance. Why don't we change it right now and say, if we wanted to remain the same, to reduce it or to expand it? Can we do that?
Oh, having the flexibility?
Exactly.
Verbiage?
Yeah. Add to reduce. It's on page 17, right at the top of the page, first full paragraph.
Packet page 431, B at the top.
Line.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yes, I'm referring to this. It's section 5.10.080.
It's page 17, lines 4 and 5.
Page 17, first full paragraph, section B, the last line, the number of commercial cannabis permits should stay the same or be expanded. Put stay the same, be reduced, or be expanded. Thank you.
Councilman Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Mark, I'm going to go back to odors and the physical appearance. Those are the two main complaints that I get from constituents, that the odor is just so overwhelming and so overpowering, and kind of address what mechanisms we'll use to address that. And then
the appearance. I believe that the buildings should be aesthetically pleasing. You know, business, you walk in there, there's a little lounge with a little table, magazines, what have you. This Green Cross, I don't think is going to get it, although that may be an issue with the First Amendment right. And, you know, so I'm looking to you for some guidance and direction on both the odor and appearance of these facilities.
Certainly. If I can direct the council's attention to Section 510-250, which is page 24 of the draft, or for those who have packet page numbers, 438. 510-250, titled Design, Location and Design of Cannabis Businesses. This gives the city manager and ultimately the city council a lot of flexibility in terms of the design, physical design, because, yes, we would all agree, I think, that all of the current businesses in town, at least the retail businesses in town, would not be what we would approve if they had gone through the submittal process. So we do have a lot of flexibility. This whole regulatory framework is a little bit different than your typical planning entitlements. It's under Chapter 5, business registration and regulation for a very specific purpose, because it does give a lot of control to the city. I mean, we can't be arbitrary in our decisions, but it does allow us to lay out clear standards, either adopted by city council resolution or promulgated by the city manager, and then we as staff would follow those. So it's incumbent to your question, Councilmember Marquez. The applicant has to prove that the odor is not, it can't be smelled beyond their property. There are a number of charcoal filter systems that have been developed by growers and by retailers. I would venture to say that most of the businesses operating in town today, at least the dispensaries, have no odor control systems in place. They're not cheap to install, but they are highly effective. So these standards put the burden of proof on the business operator to prove that they're meeting those standards. And then we've got the enforcement tools and the enforcement mechanisms. If they aren't, they can be cited, they can be closed down, or they can have their business seized.
And one more question regarding the location and design of cannabis businesses. I know and I took a lot of copious notes. There were two speakers that addressed the fact that churches were not included on here, and they reminded us that churches may be open during the week for activities for the children. Can that be added here? I would like to see churches added.
Yeah, the council's got quite a lot of discretion. You are correct, religious institutions were not included, but we could certainly...
Page 25.
Yeah, we could certainly include that under Section A.
Yes.
Where schools are included.
And
we
churches.
Could certainly include it there, or we could just add a new Section E.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good. Thank you.
Along those lines, I think it was also mentioned libraries. Is that something that council's, all right?
I do have a question.
Yeah. Were you finished, Councilmember? Councilmember
regarding that recommendation.
Which one?
The one that was just made regarding, because, in theory, a church can pretty much locate anywhere.
Part of this process provides a tremendous amount of analysis that you will ultimately guide. So as part of our investigation.
I am concerned that, because of, the First Amendment, otherwise, a church could in theory be established anywhere. And what happens if and when a place of worship is established at a place where there's an existing dispensary? I mean, what happens then?
We would be looking for pre-existing, so at the time we
Only
do our
pre-existing.
investigation.
Okay,
Because we
I
can't
do want
project.
to make sure, because we've run into this issue
Right.
before, that once we start putting more constraints, all of a sudden that map that we have in the back starts getting really, really small in terms of where you can actually locate. So I think I want to make sure that we've made that analysis to make sure that we maybe haven't completely killed off entire areas of the city that might otherwise be potential corridors, because I agree with the idea of corridors. I completely agree with the idea of getting this out of residential neighborhoods. But, there's a lot of, I see churches all over. I mean, we actually have more churches per capita in our city than I think pretty much any other city in the region. So we've got a lot of churches here, and that's not to say that we shouldn't be considerate, but I think I want to see what that looks like.
I think what I heard the council say, though, was that you weren't necessarily, like we have suggested here, where it's, at least at this point,
600 feet, right?
600 feet from some uses and 300 feet from other uses. I don't think what I just heard everyone say was that it was a specific distance. It's that we would take that into consideration as we're making recommendations, because you haven't put a specific.
It says on 510-250B, the property on which the cannabis business is located must also meet all of the following distance requirements. All distances shall be measured from exterior parcel line to exterior parcel line. It seems rather non-discretionary.
I agree, but did the council want us to include that in the 600-foot one?
I don't know.
Or just as a consideration?
Where are we going to add that
So,
one?
Councilmember, I'd recommend you drop down out of those distances to the next section, subsection 3, which is lines 7 and 8 on page 25. The city shall consider the proximity of the proposed cannabis business to religious facilities in existence at the time the permit is granted when determining whether to issue the permit and any conditions
So
thereto.
does that satisfy, does that more or less cover it then? Do we need to add anything to this?
No, I think it's fine, and truthfully, I thought we had it based on your comment, but if you were looking for a specific
I'm
distance.
happy with the language in 3, but I would be...
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
And so then I think the second half of that question, though, is did you want to add libraries to that section?
I would add libraries to section 3, yes.
How many libraries do we have? Are there just 3, I think, in the city?
3. And doesn't the county also, I think the county may also have...
We also have a law library in town.
They don't care about us.
It's not in the city.
Disregard that.
All right.
Well, I want to address the not in the city comment. I just heard that someplace.
What council members referring to one in Muscoy?
Right, but we have kind of in the tone of this, we've considered unincorporating the effect of our neighbors, because we really have been working to develop good relationships with all of our neighboring cities. So we did, if you notice in B1, we did reference those residential uses that are in the spheres of influence in the unincorporated areas. So I guess from my thinking as I'm making recommendations to you, based on that language, I would probably alert you, there is a church that's in this area, and I'm concerned that it could have a detrimental effect. So even those that are in our immediate area, we would take that into consideration.
Councilman Barrio?
Thank you, Mayor. Now, as far as the number of licenses was based on a system similar to tow and taxi services, why was it based on that?
Because it was a suggestion.
From who?
It came up one day that might be a way. It was in one of the conversations that might be a way to come up with a number. it can be any number that you want. We were just trying to come up with some mechanism so that you had the ability to be flexible.
Well, and also, there is a need for it to have a rational basis.
Yeah.
And that has been a rational basis for other franchises that have been awarded in the city. That was one of the issues brought up in the hearing, that the judge, I think, was very direct about, that the Measure O didn't seem to have a rational basis. So needs to be something, and the history is that we've utilized that in establishing a mechanism for how many we permit.
Right. Well, point being, like, if we're going to look at something to measure or base it on, we can look at liquor stores. They have alcohol. Not that I want that many licensed places, but I think it's more relevant. But that being said, with the number of licenses, let's say the majority of them are all for dispensing, distribution, testing, and there's very few that are cultivation. Like my question is, if there's not enough product being grown in the city, can it come from outside of the city?
There's nothing in the ordinance that says the product has to be grown in the city. The only geographic limitation we have is for the delivery of product. You have to be based in the city if you want to deliver to residents in the city.
Okay.
It needs to be able to be tracked. There are very strict tracking and reporting requirements, because one of the many goals is to try to set a legal framework to eliminate the black market. So the best way to do that is to require that they be able to prove, just like a food manufacturer does, they've got to be able to show that their stuff was grown safely and it meets all of the food safety standards. This is a similar program, so that they need to be able to say where the product came from, that it was grown legally, and then it's able to be sold in town. But no, it does not need to be grown here. It just needs to be grown legally.
Okay. Because as far as what's going on now in our city, we know that there's a lot of warehouses, homes, where it's being cultivated. And I'm just looking, if we restrict too much as far as, maybe not, and maybe saying, maybe there should be 10 cultivation places placed throughout the city that's in an industrial area or wherever, to bring equality to people that are in the industry or people that want to get into the industry. Like John said, just thinking out loud right now, just don't want to see the illicit market, the black market, just stay where it's at. Because if we restrict too much, and it's happened in other cities, nobody's going to apply for a license. They're going to stay in the black market, and we're looking to make change to how can we compromise to a degree where we're not completely bending over, but say, hey, this is where we're starting, and this is what we're going to do. Not sure if it's as far as the dispensaries that are out there, the delivery businesses that are out there, that service this city, and the cultivation areas that are in this city is going to be enough. But I don't mind starting with 20 licenses. What I'm mainly getting at is distinguishing how many per, as far as what type of business.
The council does have the ability by resolution to set the maximum number of any license type. So again, it's, I think, worth discussing or worth remembering that 21 is all types. The council could say no more than 3 dispensaries, 5 dispensaries. You could cap the number of dispensaries by resolution, and then just wait to see how the rest of the permit types come in. we don't know yet because, again, this is a new industry. All cities are grappling with this. The only evidence we have is from the illegal operators. Dispensaries will go everywhere, have gone everywhere, and have been a nuisance everywhere they've gone. So it does, I think, make sense to cap the number of dispensaries as a possible solution, and then let the market determine, is it cultivation facilities that are popular? Is it testing? Is it manufacturing? There are a lot of options that the council has. And I think that's the important thing to remember. And even if we got more than 21 applications, they would be reviewed. The city manager would be making a recommendation. I don't see us coming forward with 21 license recommendations the first time through. And even if we're recommending, say, 12, the council could only approve 8. So the council, there are multiple stop gaps in this, I guess is the best way to describe it. So this ordinance doesn't mean, that you get to pass go. This ordinance is really the very beginning point of the process.
Right. If I recall correctly, and HDL Matt, if you could respond, the production in the state of California is somewhere of excess of 13 million pounds, and only 3 million approximately are consumed.
Currently the Cal Cannabis, California Department of Food and Ag, put a report out that said that they just recently issued 950 licenses for the state, and calculations would show that 950 licenses, based on their size, could possibly currently address the state's consumption needs at this point.
That's cultivation?
That is cultivation.
And so, over the last 3 years, what's happened to the price of marijuana?
It's gone down.
From where?
Honestly, I don't know. I wouldn't
in the presentation, I think it was Mr. McPherson. He'd indicated they were using this threshold of about $1,000. Currently, today, is that?
Yes, it would. It is down to about $1,000 per pound, and could go down as low as about $850 per pound.
So there's, based on those numbers, an excess supply.
There could be, yes. There's going to be an oversaturation based off the number of licenses that are being applied for at the state level.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor, and so since you're up there, Matt, what is your recommendation as far as, because if we break this down, there's 17 licenses that are out there that people can apply for, correct? License types. So that leaves it open for one per. Want to ask the council as well, do we want to, or what is recommended that we do? Should we have a certain amount of grow licenses? Should we only need one testing, or make sure we have one testing? Because what if there's no testing and they're all dispensaries and grows? Where are they going to go if we need one in our city? What's a breakdown, a recommendation of what we should have as far as the number of license per type of license?
We are still, and Matt can kind of give his general thoughts, but remember, this ordinance is really setting the stage for how the process will work and providing the general guidelines. We still, if you remember back to March.
So there's some homework for you guys to figure out a recommendation of a breakdown and say, look, there should, for your size of the city and for what's happening there, 5 dispensaries, 10, whatever, you get what I'm saying.
Right.
Absolutely. And staff has done a phenomenal job at coming up with that, those guidelines with that proposed 21. And then what will end up happening is after this first reading, we can go down and sit down and do an actual market analysis based off population size, demand, competition. There are a variety of different factors that will be weighed to address the market needs for this geographical area.
Thank you. And one just last point, Mayor. Was micro businesses addressed in the ordinance?
Yes, we have not prohibited under this ordinance any license type or any activity except for outdoor cultivation.
Okay. Reason I ask, as far as for an incubator process that we put people through as a city, so we don't, have the same outcome as in Colorado, where people were allowed to operate but weren't really coming out of the shadows, didn't really know how to run a business, and 75% of them failed. So just want to kind of grab that piece to like, hey, if you're coming through, we're going to put you through an education process, a vetting process, so you will understand business and what you're doing. And for business owners, it should be a breeze if they're running businesses already. But for somebody new that we're trying to pull them from the illicit market to a legitimate market, are we going to address that at all? And that's my last point there.
We do permit micro businesses. We are not doing anything to foster any particular business type. So I'm not quite sure, council member, that I understand your question. So somebody could apply for a micro business license. They would be reviewed and evaluated just like a cultivation business license.
I mean, this is being handled similarly to any other business, a flower shop, someone who decides that they want to open a tire repair business. We do have a variety of resources that we can refer people to outside agencies that help with small business development. In fact, we're hosting a series of community workshops on small business development here in the next several months. But in terms of a developmental program for this does not include that, no.
Okay, and that's what I wanted to make sure. If we can, even if it's you need to go here or there before you come to us, or get some kind of background where we want these businesses to not fail.
Now remember, as part of the analysis, as we're making, because ultimately in the process, the people who want to open these businesses are going to make an application. There'll be obviously a whole host of pieces of information that we're going to want to review. We're going to do the background investigation, look at the site that they're proposing, and all the check the distance standards and things that you've set. And we will ultimately be making recommendations to you. We're also going to be looking at whether or not and making recommendations about whether or not we think this person really has the capacity and the plan, whether they have the background and experience, because our goal would be to recommend to you only the very best potential operators for our city in whatever type of business they choose to open.
Okay. Yeah, so it's like through the merit-based system.
Right. Yeah, we're going to be looking at backgrounds and things, and if they have experience in other areas, but that'll give us an indication of what kind of an operator have they been, what has been their past experience. So we will be checking all those kinds of things, as much information as we can possibly glean, and then providing that to you so you can ultimately decide whether or not you want to issue those licenses. And good?
This one's going to ask about the merit-based system and what it consists of, but go ahead.
Okay. No, that's fine. Just before, Mark, can you explain, though, you referred to outdoor cultivation. I think we had talked about changing that to open air.
Yes, correct.
So just, I wanted to make that distinction. He referred to outdoor, and we've really looked at it again, and we want to change that and reference open air. So, okay. Another question?
The merit-based system, what does it look like?
We're still crafting that. Remember, we needed to get ordinances to you because even if we were to act very swiftly, these are not enforceable till you have the Planning Commission review them first and final. We have a little more time on that because it's a resolution, and so as soon as the council takes action on it, it would be immediately enforceable. So we'll be working on that with the goal of having it catch up to the enforceability of the ordinance. So whatever that date the ordinance is enforceable on, we want to have those resolutions in place.
And like other businesses, are they going to go through a commissioning, selecting process where, like just like the Planning Commission, for any people that want to bring a business to the city, are they going to go through that kind of process as well? If not,
our
I would like
businesses
to kind
don't
of...
go through the Planning Commission. They can apply for a registration, a business registration permit.
Mm-hmm.
These ones would be required to file an application with us with certain information, and they would go through all the things that are in this ordinance, the background investigation, the review of the site location, review of their business plan, and all those other things that are going to be included in that resolution. They'll provide that data to us, and then we'll be making recommendations ultimately to you.
Thank you. That's it, Mayor.
Councilmember Richard.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. On the personal cultivation, it says on here that the tenant must obtain property owner's authorization. Is that also going to be the same on the commercial side?
Well, on the commercial side, they presumably have a lease with the property owner for a commercial business. The bigger problem with these is if you do have rental property, you sign a lease for 1, 2, 3, 4 people to live in the house, you're not really sure what they're doing. I think in commercial leases, because they cover so much and they're 30 or 40 pages long, it's much harder for a commercial operator to not tell the property owner what they're doing. So it's not specifically in here, but I think that's just embedded in the nature of how commercial properties get leased. If I own a shopping center, I'm not going to lease it to Steve Graham without him telling me what his business is.
Right,
for instance.
There's a lot of
pick on Steve, but
there's a lot of illegal businesses here already, and I believe that the owners of the property don't know that they're
we
here.
don't buy that story.
Oh, you think
we
that
hear
the
that
owners know?
often. We don't buy that story.
Okay.
So I think you are correct, council member. They like to say that. If you're a responsible property owner, you better know what's going on your property. You cannot sit, I'll pick on my hometown in Pasadena, and just collect a check and just say, as long as it comes in on the first, do what you want. So we do not accept the premise that commercial property owners, I didn't know what he or she was doing. They will say that, but I have a real hard time believing that.
And I'm going to have Stephen can actually refer you to the exact section.
Yeah, so do I need a mic turned off?
Oh.
No, I'm good. So the question was, the property owner knowing what's going on with their property. If we go to page 24 and we go to lines 8 through 10, that's section 240 of the ordinance. This was actually language that the city manager asked that we put in. So they need to provide sufficient evidence, which sufficiency will be determined at the reasonable discretion of the city council, of the legal right to occupy and to use the proposed location for the proposed cannabis activity. So originally the language was the right to occupy and to use the location. The city manager asked us to put for the proposed cannabis activity. So we're going to be asking that they come in, and when they're doing their applications, they're going to need to provide sufficient proof to the city manager during that application process that the owner has given them permission to run a cultivation site.
Over lawyer things too.
Councilman Nickel and Councilman Valdivia.
Yeah, just reading through this, I appreciate there's a lot of flexibility in here, and I appreciate that, and some discretion. So, but clearly, I think that this the law is still very fluid. The interpretation of the law is still very fluid, and so one of the biggest concerns that I still have is, and maybe you can walk me through. We had a couple questions that I understand have been posed to the Bureau of Cannabis Control that we'll need some clarity on. We talked about open air versus outdoor. Certainly, I want to make sure that what we're doing is not in conflict with state law, either as it is currently written or as it may in the future be interpreted. So what is the process of, if necessary, potentially amending portions of these ordinances? Can you kind of walk me through what that process looks like and what would be involved in that?
Sure. I think our practice has been, and I'm sure a lot of it's a function of time, and Jelena Greider has been here for a very long time in the city attorney's office. I think we've tended to adopt codes and then we don't review them regularly, and it's really been probably a function of time. Really, our practice now is going to be to constantly review our codes. We're looking at some systems that will help, because they are very busy, that will help trigger the need for amendments to them, because the code can be amended at any time that the council determines it needs to be. I think in an area like this where we recognize there are so many changes in state law, we're going to regularly review this, but you know what's working, what's not working, and if it needs to be amended, any portion of it, then we'll bring those recommendations back to you. But I would like to see that we, on a regular basis, kind of go through our codes. One of the items we've talked about with the city clerk's office is using a code publishing service. Many cities use those, and then you contract for them annually or every couple of years to walk through, and they go through the entire code book. They identify changes in state law, case law that may change, whether or not that provision is constitutional, but that would help us, give us a trigger that we need to look at. And so again, we want to get that kind of service on board, but with respect to this in particular, because it is such an evolving area, and we don't have any experience doing this, we're going to constantly be looking at all three of these ordinances and making recommendations if it's not working. And then again, from a broader perspective, do that with our entire city code. In the next budget, you'll see a proposal for code publishing services with a recommendation that we periodically have them go through and identify issues for us.
Councilman Valdivia?
Was Mr. Nickel done? Are you done? Okay. Mr. Persico, on packet page 24, line number 13, 5.10.250, the location and design of the cannabis business, beginning on line 17 through 20, it prescribes and outlines the specific areas of the city. My question, I understand that you're going through a development amendment, and is this consistent with the new development zones you've consolidated from, I think, 7 down to 4? Does this somehow reflect that?
It is not, because these are the current codes, zoning designations that the code has. When we do the development code update, our schedule is to bring that to the council in midsummer. We would then also need to amend this part of the ordinance. And the reason that we're referencing what's currently on the books is that's all we can reference.
Okay, sure.
Because the other stuff hasn't been adopted yet.
From a broader perspective, though, really, and as you heard, we had many of the committee members here, and Mark walked through what we're anticipating. We actually see a reduction of the number of land use designations, so we'll be actually consolidating some of those. So it will be very easy then to come back and amend this.
No, I agree. I'm wholeheartedly in favor of cleaning up the code so that it's consolidation of the 7 down to 4.
Right.
We've gone through this. I think I was at the Planning Commission back in October, November, when you provided an update. I was just so happy to be at City Hall, and I sat in on a wonderful Planning Commission meeting on my own time, and I just sat in the audience and I listened to that, and I remember that you had suggested that there would be some revisions, so I was just kind of concerned that maybe this should, but problem solved. I appreciate that. My only apprehension is that back on the staff report is on page, it'd be 3, you have a summary of key policy issue points, and point number 2, the total number of commercial cannabis, and then you highlight section 5.10.080, which we just kind of briefly talked about. The Citizens Advisory Committee has recommended 3 per ward, and you provide some explicit language suggesting that that's more of a demographic issue for the management and kind of boundaries of the city council. Back to the packet page of on which I just referred to, I think it's packet page 24. My only fear is that could there be potentially an abuse or an aggregation of commercial or the core area of a city in a specific zone area, the concentration or oversaturation of any of these 17 permitted license. Can you maybe help me understand that?
You are correct. It would be possible for all of the businesses to be in a 1, 2, or 3 locations in town. That gets back to the merit-based system, so that could be a factor. And when we were developing this at staff, we actually spent a lot of time talking about should they be concentrated. Cities have talked about green zones. I mean, I don't think from a staff perspective we would ever want to designate a green zone. But yes, it could be that these do wind up in just a couple of areas of town. I think if you look at the maps on the wall, it's pretty evident that there is only select areas of town where this is going to be allowed. And back to the earlier discussion, the larger those buffers get, or the more sensitive uses that get codified, the potential universe of properties shrinks. So we don't have an answer directly. I guess the best answer is if the council has before it a 5th application for, a 12-block radius, the council could say, we believe today this is an overconcentration. The council absolutely has that ability. So, again, there are many safeguards. We believe there's enough safeguards in here.
Okay. And that's reassuring because as I kind of read it, I said, wait a minute, the loophole might be that it's a perceived area of town in which there can be an oversaturation. That would be a concern. For instance, I would never wish that in a particular ward or area of town there's this oversaturation. That's not fair to the constituents of that particular district, and it's not fair. It's not right. So I'm glad that there's latitude here. And final question, I didn't really hear that there was a public safety component. Walk me through how staff involved public safety, and were they at the table, and what comments, and how are they involved in this conversation and this
Well, they
creation?
were kind of breathing down my neck when I thanked everyone, and I referenced Stephen and the city attorney's office, because actually they have been engaged in these discussions as well. In fact, a lot of the discussion about concentration and the potential for concentration really involved the police department, and certainly there's some sentiment that having all of them in a particular area does make it easier from a law enforcement perspective, but we also realize it's not best for the community. So, yes, Captain Moss has been a terrific participant in this. I think Captain Bawhead has been engaged. The chief certainly has been engaged. And did I miss someone? So really the 3 of them. Maybe a little bit of Pellis for a while. So, yeah, they've been involved in these discussions.
Okay, well, that's also, I'm grateful that our public safety sector was involved.
The other thing, they were also really needed to be involved because one of the other next steps is really to define the regulatory fee.
Sure.
One of our goals would be then to address the businesses that are not operating providing support to the businesses. Sure. So as we develop that strategy, they've been engaged in those discussions as well.
Well, and that's very critical, and so I'm grateful to see that cooperation. I do want to say this is probably the fastest turnaround, and so I'm just I'll be looking for more comments from the public, and certainly I haven't quite. You're asking us tonight to send this forward
to the Planning Commission.
To the Planning Commission.
Now, we've talked about the one, we still have 2 other ordinances to get through, but once we have the comments on those, there were some things that you clearly all, by consensus, said, we want that changed, add this, we will make those changes, and that's what we will send then to the Planning Commission.
And final question, this is kind of a minutia question, I apologize, but if we have the demographic count of 1 per 10,000, which I haven't opined whether I'm in favor or not, so I'm just asking the question. My question is that the buckets, the 17 buckets, right, it could apply to any one of those. The micro business caveat would be that 3 of the 4 17 buckets, would that take up 1 of the 21 or 4 of the 21 licenses that is proposed?
From the city's standpoint, it would be a single license.
Aha.
Yes.
But I would say.
Because
as a caveat-
it's a single location.
Right.
So it's a single license.
But I would say as a caveat to that, it may very well be, though, that as we're going through the analysis and we've got all these merit-based systems, it may very well be that when we present them to you, because you have maybe 1 or 2 micro-businesses that are covering 3 or so business types, as a council, you may say, then we're not going to issue a full 21 permits because we think the market may be saturated at that point. And so, again, we've left that up to your discretion after we've looked at the background of all the potential applicants.
So, to be clear, it'd be just 1 of the 21 in that micro business rooftop. Under that rooftop, there'd be 1.
Under the city's structure, and Matt just pointed out to me, and I think this is where the confusion is. State law says out of the 4 activity types, in order to be a micro business, you have to have
3 of those 4, correct.
So that's one of the many complicating factors with this whole ordinance is you need to comply with city regulations and state regulations.
Sure. Well, so it'd be 1 of the 21.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
So the 4 business types are cultivation, the retail, distribution, and manufacturing.
That is correct.
Right.
So a micro-business has to do
3 of those 4.
Retail, cultivation, manufacturing, distribution.
The 5th one being lab.
Correct.
Right. Thank you. So it would be, it's not necessarily one of the 17 business license types that are allowed. It's one of those 4 business types or major categories. There are 17 business licenses that can be issued throughout the licensing scheme.
Right.
Councilman Mulvihill?
Yeah. Micro business is a license itself, specifically. I'm looking at personal cultivation, and everyone's allowed to raise 6 plants in a private residence.
Councilman, before we go there, I wanted to have a little more discussion on this one before we go to personal. Do you mind?
That's fine.
If I can interrupt? So, because I'm not, I think we've talked about it, but I'm not sure that we necessarily fully addressed it yet. There's 2 issues. One having to do with the 1 in 10,000 that Councilman Barrios was talking about. There was a suggestion that maybe we take a step back and maybe look at 1 in 15 or 1 in 20. 1 in 15 would result in about 14, which would then take the approach, which I think was suggested by a number of the speakers, that we walk slowly into this. Because then, and as you pointed out, it could be the same or expanded. And so, is there interest, because 1 in 10,000 results in the 21. Is there an interest to reconsider that and make it 1 in 15,000, that, as opposed to starting out with 1 in 10,000? We have some accept.
15,000.
So is that something that we would put forward to the Planning Commission to come back with?
I mean, I think I'm hearing consensus, but I think there are a couple of members that may want to speak on it.
So what you're proposing, Mayor, is that we reduce the amount of licenses that we're able to...
Through the initial process, which is what I was hearing, that the community was asking that we delve slowly into this. Mm-hmm. And this doesn't prohibit it from expanding it.
I don't agree with that.
So,
Are you going to make me do more math?
I already did it.
Round numbers, that's why it was 10.
12. Okay, so
if you did 15,000, it'd be 14 licenses.
15 would be 14, and the councilman here is talking about using 12.5, so there's 216,000, I think.
216, yeah.
So that would result in 17. Is that,
You get one license of each.
so the one in 15 or the one in 12.5? Which?
That's the compromise, that's the compromise.
All right, one in 12.5?
I can see the mayor pro tem, though, rubbing his temples. So I just want to make sure.
Well, I think again, getting to the point, I think this ordinance has been very well written because I think it gives us that discretion already. We already have that discretion in the ordinance, so we're kind of, to me, it's sort of an illusory change. I mean, if we really want to reduce that number, we can do it in the context of this ordinance already. I think what this does, though, it does create a cap.
It creates the cap.
And absent a resolution, that cap's going to remain the cap. So it's just a matter of what we want to cap ourselves at. But it doesn't mean that we necessarily need to approve all 21. I'll be honest, I'm not at a point now. I have seen so many different numbers, so many different analyses, and I think, we as politicians sometimes are really good at screwing up the marketplace. And so I think that, part of me says we can walk this slowly. I don't think there's any reason why we need to approve all 21 immediately. But I think that we need to see how this market shakes out. I need to, I don't want to approve all 21 right away. I'll say that right now. But if we see that there's some dynamics in the market that my bottom line is I want to see the black market really reduced. And that's going to mean some combination of both increased law enforcement and increased competition on the part of the legitimate marketplace. And if we restrict the legitimate marketplace too much, there's a potential that we may actually encourage more black market activity. So I don't want us to get to the point where we're constraining ourselves so much that now we don't have the ability to address the market as it may evolve. So I'm really kind of reluctant. These are numbers, from what I understand, are based on what we've done more or less in the tow services or other types of franchise agreements. I don't think 21 is outside the bounds of the constraints of what might be reasonable in the context that we can, approve these at a much slower pace than perhaps some may anticipate.
I just want to clarify a couple of points. This is not the exact same formula as the tow company.
I understand.
We just used that. It was a
similar
process for analyzing this. And the reason why we didn't deal with alcohol establishments, while that may be a more similar type use, certainly on the surface, but the state law drives much of what occurs with alcohol establishments. And so, because you have the State Department of Alcohol Beverage Control really interceding, it was not a wholly controlled city process, and that's why we didn't use that process as the guiding point. The other thing to remember with this, though, is I think a couple of minutes ago, you strongly urged that we need to look at this ordinance. So I guess I've already made a note to myself, it needs to come back to you as soon as we finish the first kind of round of issuing permits, because there's renewal discussions that, 1 year doesn't, I know it seems like a long time, but it really isn't that long. And given that we've already committed to bringing this back in about a year, I think that will give you then the chance, if we go higher, especially given the fact that you don't want to issue the 21 permits, that will give you a chance to say, okay, did this number work for us, or does this cap need to be changed? Because, again, we plan to bring this back to you as soon as we get through the first round of issuances. Because, again, we don't have any experience with it. The state still has not adopted permanent regulations. They're still working through those. And so given all those things, I think it's prudent that we revisit this with you, again, certainly within the year.
Okay. So is your recommendation then reducing the cap?
It is Well, I heard that there was a compromise. I'm just saying, since we're going to bring it back, I think that's fine, because again, we can look at that then and say, did that work for us or not work for us?
Well, Councilman, if I could respond. A couple of factors that I think that should be weighed into this, and this really is a pretty non-scientific exercise at this stage. And your comment about wanting to see how it unfolds, I think, is what the general consensus was. The price issue that you talked about in terms of the market, I think the limiting of the number helps to send that message. I think it also starts to give some credence to the 45%. It's listening to those who want to make sure that that those interests are recognized, and that's the responsibility of the council. And then there's also the enforcement piece of it. We know that currently we're already in a process of a more aggressive law enforcement. The police department, as you know, has been closing down the shops that are operating illegally and helping to give them that ability to keep that going and reduce the number that they're going to have to be monitored and managed. I think really helps to aid them over time. So I think that is a reasonable compromise, and I'm hearing that I think that the 1 and 12.5 was something that was fairly agreeable. So is that something that we can move ahead with? All right. Thank you. Yes, Councilman.
Can we also add that we start with local only as far as submitting or accepting permits or issuing permits, that we do it local first to keep money here in the city?
Yeah, we would have a challenge with that, and I'll let Stephen address the legal points since he's got his microphone on. But we did try to accomplish the spirit of what I think I'm hearing from you, Councilmember Barrios, and that you want to put local people to work, you want local residents to benefit from the enterprise, but we did stop short of saying that only locals can apply. You may want to...
Well, I'm not saying not only locals can apply, but as we
vet
issue...
them. We can certainly add.
Be issued first.
We can certainly, because it's all merit-based, we can certainly identify factors that demonstrate some relation to the community and rate those higher.
And that's exactly what I was going to suggest as well, is during the application process, you're going to establish a merit-based system for the city manager to consider when she's ultimately coming up with her recommendations. And we know that it's certainly been the council's directive that, we want employers who are going to hire local people, who are going to be good neighbors, and certainly demonstrating ties to the community could be a factor that is considered in that process. I don't think that we could put a restriction in there that, for example, they have to be a resident of the city to apply for a license. All the locations are going to be in the city, though. And like I said, I think that we could put in the application process, some language about demonstrating ties to the community.
I'm not saying restrict who can apply. I'm just saying preference locally as we issue first. Can we do that?
And that'll be something that when you have the recommendations from the city manager and when you guys are making your decisions, you can express, this person is a local person who's has strong ties to the community, and that's important to me as I cast my vote.
Okay. One more thing, maybe HDL, you might want to answer this. If we prohibit outdoor, does it stop us from receiving Prop 64 money?
Outdoor being outdoor personal cultivation or outdoor commercial?
Either or.
I don't believe so. There would be no reason. You're allowing that activity type. You can limit the, because there's license, there's mixed use outdoor, and you are allowing that activity to occur. But limiting the outdoor portion of that would not prohibit you from receiving, I guess, grant funding.
And I guess the better question is what will prevent us from receiving any Prop 64 money? Is anything that we're doing now going to prevent that?
No, you've been as permissive as possible in order to assure qualification for.
Okay, I just want to make sure we can still benefit from Prop 64. Thank you.
Thank you. And then before we leave the commercial, on page 24, the subject of the 300 feet versus the 600 feet was brought up, and I think I heard some of the community members wanting to potentially look at, for residential, something higher than the 300. And I'd like to go to the map. The map is based on for residential, 300 feet, is that correct?
300 feet. And
is there any...
We can bring it up on the larger screen, so I'm having them do that now. The map, yeah. Because I think it's a little hard for you to see that map in the back. Yeah. We'll try to, yeah. So he'll be able to kind of zoom around if you want to look at a particular area in the effect.
So that's the 300. So all of that gray is excluded based on 300 for residential. Is that
And
correct?
I please just want to make one kind of overarching comment about this. This is really, as Mark said, for illustrative purposes. You know, there are some limitations in our GIS system. For instance, we aren't able to identify the residential in other communities. We can't identify the residential in the unincorporated areas or our spheres of influence. We also don't have a layer for our public schools, so we've had to kind of estimate those. We don't have a layer for churches, correct, Mitch, because they're so fluid. So again, this map is fairly correct, but we would have to look at each one on a case-by-case basis. But this is based on what you have, the map that you see before you is based on the locational standards that are included as it's written.
And what would it look like if it was 600? Would it make much of a difference, or what would the...
It would change the number of properties that would be, because you know, really much of that, I mean, you're familiar with the community, you know that the residential areas, you know, where they exist, and so it would further restrict the number of available areas.
Would it be possible to provide that? I know you can't do it now. But
No, but we could do that. We could provide the Planning Commission and then return it with you when it comes back before you again. Yes.
I think that would address some of the concerns that were...
So the council would like to, as we continue these discussions, you'd like to see a 600-foot residential radius map.
Thank you. Those are a couple. Now,
Well, and if I might just clarify, do you want us to also provide that 600 residential radius map to the Planning Commission, that there was a request for it, so we'll give them both the 300 and the 600 so they can see them? Okay.
Thank you. Back to Councilmember Mulvihill.
Okay, I wanted to switch over to personal cultivation. Now, each resident is allowed 6 plants, but we're not allowing open-air cultivation. We're prohibiting open-air cultivation, and for good reasons. Cannabis has a very strong odor that's, I've already gotten complaints from several residents about that. Many of our houses, and so as on the PowerPoint presentation, the cultivation must be fully enclosed in a structure, for example, a house, garage, greenhouse, etc. And obviously, those structures are going to have to be ventilated properly. And also, if they're going to be using, and they probably will be using lights, except possibly in a greenhouse, they wouldn't have to use lights. But now the other kind of situation, they have to use the very intensive lights for cultivation, which are going to be a huge draw. I'm concerned about the adequacy of the electrical circuitry in many of our old homes. And so I don't see that there's a permit required. And a permit should be required if a person's going to be cultivating in their own home, so that somebody will be able to check to make sure that the electrical circuits are adequate, that the ventilation is proper, and just the fact that there's just 6 plants. If you're going to grow 6 plants, why can't you grow 11 and so forth. And so there really has to be some sort of additional controls, and so I'm proposing that in addition to, there should be a permit required for a personal grow at home.
Yeah. Agreement on that? That we, because that's not included, that's not one of the, Councilman?
Yeah, and I actually brought that question up during the briefing that we had on this, and maybe staff can elaborate on because I think you were rather articulate insofar as why it was decided not to go that route. Because I actually was more in alignment with that approach until I kind of got the explanation from staff.
I will give you the explanation, and I will just remind everyone, this is really your policy direction, and so if you want us to administer a permit process for these, we certainly can, and we will develop one, and we will do it to the best of our ability. You know, we really tried to balance the interests of the potential number of these that we might have with the fact that it will require a significant amount of administrative time to administer a permit program like that. And certainly, we would attempt to recover some fee to cover our administrative costs, but to potentially take in the number of permits that we would receive would be potentially very voluminous. We tried to address, though, the situation because I concur with you. This council has heard. I am very concerned with our code enforcement efforts, and I'm concerned with the age of some of our housing and with the way it's unfortunately had to be maintained. So I'm concerned about our electrical systems, the impact on electricity in particular, but certainly other systems within the house. So we've attempted to craft regulations that give us the ability when we receive a complaint, which is more often than not how we would find out about it. When you have a permit system, typically the people who are going to comply will react. They will acknowledge the city has a permit process in place. I have to get a permit, and they will come in and they will do that. Those tend to be the people that you aren't going to then receive the complaints about. So we tried to recognize that and craft on the other end of the spectrum, though, the situation where we receive a complaint from an adjacent homeowner or someone, or law enforcement goes into the house. And, maybe we have cause to be there and we notice that there's a large number of plants being grown. We still have the ability to take enforcement action even though we're not requiring a permit. So we've attempted to try to kind of balance that.
Page 8 of the personal cultivation, Mr. Mulvihill, Section 6, line 7 through 24, essentially address building code, electrical codes.
So we attempted to give us the ability that if we got there, or if we received a complaint we were investigating, that they were still subject to the health and safety type issues, the building code infrastructure, and we could issue citations and address the violations that way, but they would not necessarily be cited for not having a permit.
I would suggest that we might consider some kind of a registration process where they submit online to help with the administration of this and with a fee. Then it gives the ability to have it recorded, and then it also gives the ability to, for instance, on page 8.99.03, subparagraph E, those conditions then could be incorporated in that registration process where they're certifying that they're going to do that. And then it might help to allow that first initial introduction of it, and then maybe come up with a permitting process that data could be used to help to identify what it might take to be able to administer it. So
I guess I'm still a little bit more uncomfortable than that. I just, hearing some of the speakers that have spoken about cannabis and so forth, that they're not thinking about the impacts, that there's consequences, and that with our older housing, that some people are just going to hitch up lights, put a plug in, and so forth. And if we can prevent a fire from destroying a house and maybe killing individuals with a permitting process, it'll be worth it. I just see that if we don't have a permitting process, we don't have any kind of, maybe what you're saying is a good start, but I think that we really need to have a more exacting understanding to make sure that people do have, and maybe registration and having a checklist that what kind of do they know what kind of circuitry they have?
We could also, as part of that registration, because I do.
I'm just again, I can see a lot of fires.
Right.
People not knowing about electrical power, and I was over at the Electricians Union for a workshop last Thursday, and just the lack of information about down power lines. You got to stay 30 feet away from them. It travels through and so forth, and I don't know that, and people just will plug in these lights, but again, if you look at the information that's been provided by HDL, electric power is one of the chief draws for growing cannabis, and again, my visit to the facility out in the Desert Hot Springs, one of their major problems to start up with was that Edison had no idea of the draw that they're going to be making. So people who are going to be raising these 6 plants, if there is just 6 plants, will not understand how much electrical power is going to be needed by those lights.
So
we need to...
Maybe we ask them to come back with some kind of
we would, because
an option
because
to how this could be introduced and
we can do
identified.
that. We would need to look at how often are the inspections and things. So let us craft a plan with an estimated cost, because any permit fee then would need to cover the cost. Because in order to really accomplish what I'm hearing, we need to make a physical inspection.
Well, again, a physical inspection. I mean, there's going to be I just imagine there's going to be a huge number of applications. I think County Fire's got about 800 firemen. Then 900 firemen, they're going to be busy. And I think that it's going to be well worth if we prevent one fire and one death by requiring that there's a permitting process in which somebody goes in and, this just is not adequate. Right? And it prevents it from taking place.
So there's consensus then that the city manager and community development come back with a proposal and some estimates of cost and maybe what that process would look like.
Right, and also police department, because really ultimately they're responsible for code enforcement now. So again, we'll come up with a potential program and proposed costs to cover the inspections and things that would be necessary under that. So you can consider that further.
Councilman Nickel.
Yeah, I know the Citizens Advisory Committee had quite a bit of conversation, discussion on this too. And I'm sort of, I get where you're coming from, council member. Obviously, growing this particular type of plant does have some different requirements than, say, growing tomatoes or growing something else. So it's a little different. I get it. But I do have a question related to how this would pertain to, say, growing for medical purposes. I just want some confirmation from our HDL consultant. Is this potentially going to run afoul with any aspects of the state law as pertains to either growing for personal medical use or recreational use? Do you see any potential issue here in requiring either registration or permitting for personal cultivation?
No, I don't see any problem with that. It would that is totally aside from the commercial aspect.
I understand.
So then maybe I don't understand the question.
Well, just putting these additional layers of restriction on personal cultivation, whether or not that's going to create any issue for us legally in the context of state law.
Yeah, and yes,
You can regulate.
Yes. We can restrict that as much as we wish. Well, that's my concern. I've heard different opinions on.
But can they do it? Yes.
Yeah. Are we setting ourselves up for a lawsuit and some serious legal issues here if we do this? I get it. There's a cost benefit to all of this.
Stephen, did you want?
Sure.
Well, and before you do, I think that there is that balance of the health, safety, and welfare versus the cost. And so
what's the legal risk?
Before we get any more threats to sue us from the audience, the Prop 64 allows us to adopt reasonable regulations regarding indoor cultivation. I think the regulations you have in front of you, we've already vetted them. We believe they're reasonable. I don't think it's unreasonable to want to prevent structure fires through further regulation. So if that's the direction that you want to go, where you want to have permitting, I mean, we require a permit before you put up a fence. And that seems very reasonable to us as well. We can look that over. You don't want to get overzealous and go beyond what is reasonable. You don't want to impose so much of a burden upon someone who wants to do this that a court would find it unreasonable. Fontana's is currently being challenged. It hasn't been determined to be invalid. But if, we can get their ordinance, you can sort of look at it and you can sort of see where the line in the sand appears to be for those willing to litigate the issue.
And what's the basis of the challenge?
That it is an unreasonable regulation.
What part of it's unreasonable?
They do have a significant number of inspections that are required. The fee is what the challengers claim is too high. And there were a significant number of regulations that the challengers claim are equally, those issues are equally present with the growing of any indoor plant, not just marijuana. So like I said, I don't want to prejudge their ordinance. Their council looked at the issue and they determined that they were concerned about health, safety, and welfare issues, and that's why they adopted that ordinance. But it is true that it is currently being challenged.
Any other questions? No. Councilman Valdivia.
Mr. Mulvey, I want to also agree and side with your thinking on the matter of a permitting process. I think the happy medium maybe would be to what Mayor Davis has suggested is almost a self-ID process. Because if we encourage that, I know where you're going, Jim. I think it's important for the well-being of communities and neighbors. But at the same time, the individual who has that personal cultivation component, they certainly bear the risk of, creating that fire in their own home. And I think they understand that if they're going to plug in 50 lights, at 100 watts each, that they run that risk. And so the other side of the coin is that the areas, we're already impacted severely on code enforcement and some other key essentials. And I don't know if I'm not saying that I'm already made up my mind. I'm just saying that I think maybe the self-ID process where you raise your hand, there's a permit fee to it. We can identify those personal individuals who have cultivated or chose to cultivate in their home. But I think the standards there on packet page 8 clearly have a lot of implications regarding the indoor grow lights, the safety, all property improvements, if any, shall comply with California building, electrical, and fire codes as adopted by the city. It enumerates 8 points there as to the specific well-being of that particular indoor personal cultivation. I don't know if I'm quite comfortable with allowing the permitting process only because I know that either we're going to have to hire a additional inspectors and marijuana personal cultivating permit inspectors, or whatever we're going to call them. And it's just, I don't know if we have the capacity to even do that. And it would be I think it'd be a severe impact on other services. I mean, there's some areas of town that are still waiting a few more extra minutes here. And so I don't know if I could really see the benefits of it would just be hard.
It is correct. We aren't currently staffed for this, and that's why I asked for the latitude to come back to you so you see what a proposal would look like, because we are not staffed to do that kind of vigorous inspection that would be required. And that's part of the reason why we did attempt to try to come up with something that gave us the ability that if we found a property that was in violation, we had a neighbor complain, or we somehow became aware of a potential issue, that we could still enforce these requirements, but it wouldn't require the processing of a permit. So again, we did try to find some way to accomplish the same thing if we became aware of a violation.
So I like self-ID. I think that's a great concept. The burden is, the certification and the capability of that personal resident, right, because it's already spelled out. They have to meet certain criteria. They pay their permit, they self-identify on the computer, or, somehow they raise their hand and say, hey, I'm personal cultivating here in my home, as prescribed by state law. And I think that's really, I would see, if we go the route of Mr. Mulvihill and that gains full council support, great, cool. I would only suggest that the revenues that a portion be set aside for inspections and public affairs and education to mobile home and renters, and maybe aligning with more of that industry partners where we get the apartment association, we get the multi-free crime housing components, all of those. That's kind of the spoke of the hub of concern and care for welfare of our tenants and residents. I get it. I mean, it's a concern.
We could also add to this that if they're doing, and we will have to revise these regulations regardless of whether the council wants a self-certification online type process or a full permit system, these will have to be revised. But we could also, even for the online self-certification, say you will be subject to random inspections.
Yep.
And your permit fee would. Because then that way, even if we have a reason to think, maybe, just pick, some number of them each month and go out and conduct random inspections.
And you could also create teeth on that random, on the self-certification. There's penalties. You've testified or under penalty of perjury or whatever.
Sign it under penalty.
You've come forward and saying that you're complying with it, and during these random inspections, we have the right and authority to enter your home, find out what's going on. So, I don't know, for your consideration, Jim.
I think that's, I just following up on what
I'm going to
John was
concede to the gentleman on my left.
And that's I think that's a concern of mine, is that with the self-certification, how do we assure that, in fact, there is adequate electrical power, there's adequate space, adequate ventilation, and so forth? In our normal code enforcement, if the neighbor complains, a code enforcement cannot enter the property.
Right.
But under this, we make it mandatory that
they allow us.
that these random inspections will take place, and the individual can come onto the property and inspect, in fact, where.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. This question's for our city manager, and I'm torn between the registration online, which is easier, as opposed to the permitting. And Jim, I know exactly where you're coming from. It can happen, and it's happened before in our city, unfortunately. If we chose for the permitting process, and this is probably a difficult number to ballpark figure, how many staff would we have to hire for this?
I really don't want to give you a number because I know I will be wrong, but I will tell you this. We have 8 code enforcement officers, 8, 10 total. Yeah. I'm sorry, 14. We have 14 code enforcement officers right now. That is not enough to do code enforcement.
Oh, I agree. For a city this size, you're right.
So I'm not sure what that staffing model to really do it correctly would look like. That's why I would need time. If that's something
Sure.
the council wants us to explore, that I would need to come back with.
Can we explore both options, the online registration and the permitting?
Yes, if that's the council's concurrence that you want me to look at both, absolutely. And kind of set up what that might look like under
Right.
each scenario.
Yeah.
We finished? Councilmember Mulvey.
I guess, doesn't the fire department do fire inspections of electrical circuitry and so forth? I'm looking at our...
Chief Muncy, do you want to come forward and respond?
We do business inspections. We do not do residential inspections. I will add that in my experience, I've never been to a fire only involving 6 plants. Typically, we've gone on structure fires with marijuana. It has to do with very, very illegal, where the entire house is filled with plants and they have an extreme draw of power. As far as the fire department's concerned, this isn't the business that the fire department's ever been in across the state of California. It would be a new field for us to enter. I do know that our existing structure, as it exists, could not support doing residential inspections on top of the business inspections that we're doing now without adding quite a bit of staff. Thank you.
Councilman Nickel, did you have a follow-up?
Well, I think just to piggyback on Councilmember Marquez, I don't want to hold this up tonight. I think we got to get this to our planning commission. But I think, just as we want to do a revision to the map to show the 600 feet, I think, if we could develop some kind of a matrix, some kind of an initial assessment in terms of the permit, the self-certification, the no option, which is just keep things as they are, so we can kind of weigh the pros and cons in terms of what the cost would be in terms of staff, and then, of course, the legal risk. I just see, the minute you step into someone's home, good grief, that's a huge potential legal quagmire. So I'm really seriously concerned about the legal issues and legal ramifications. It's one thing to be a business and be subject to inspection, but to have your home subject to a random inspection, that's some serious constitutional stuff going on there. So, Lord help us from the ACLU and everybody else that's going to be looking at this with a fine-tooth comb.
What I would suggest...
Not in your home.
Yeah. It depends. I mean, there are circumstances.
For growing 6 plants.
I'm talking about this, but for sake of this discussion, I think what I'm hearing is you'd like us to forward this to the Planning Commission with this initial assessment that the council, we will report to the Planning Commission when we convey these items to them, that on this particular item, there was significant discussion from the council that you were interested in some type of a permit process, although you were also aware of the potential impact to the staff and the potential costs associated with a comprehensive regulatory scheme, that you were also, one of the topics discussed was some online certification with the self-certification, allowing us some type of opportunity to make random inspections, and that you want to evaluate the costs and the potential process. We'll get them as much information as possible so that they can then begin to make a recommendation back to you.
And I think that one of the obligations that we have is to not only that homeowner that might want to grow plants, that there is a recognition of the obligation that the homeowner has to do it safely, but there's also those neighbors that would be then subject to whatever property damage may carry over in the event of a fire. And it does have. So if you have this one property whose house now becomes not occupiable, it's impacted that neighborhood. brings the potential for vagrants to come in when that property is not occupied, and so I think that it does warrant that additional scrutiny. So, Councilmember?
Yeah, Mr. Persico, what kind of home improvements require permits for people to come in and inspect? You're going to do improving, put a new toilet in, put a new bathroom in, you have to need a permit for that?
Yes, there are a number of home improvements that do require inspection.
Yeah, and somebody comes out into your home and looks at it?
Correct.
Okay.
All right, so City Manager, you have enough direction? Any further conversation, Council? All right. Next is public consumption.
Next one, public consumption.
Public consumption. We have any discussion on public consumption?
No one's going to...
Any alterations?
I guess...
Councilman
I do. It deals with smoking. What about edibles, lotions, stuff like that? I guess, is that too difficult?
The only reason why, and we did have a lot of discussion at the staff level about that with our police department, with our attorneys, with HDL. I mean, we had a lot of debate and dialogue about that. Edibles, we won't know unless we taste or test the brownie. So we wouldn't really have any ability to know. We agree with you that we really don't want to see marijuana gummy bears being eaten in our parks, but on the flip side of that, we wouldn't really know it unless we tested for it. So it really wouldn't be anything we could enforce anyway. But we do feel that we have safeguards because at the point where you're under the influence, we do have laws against being under the influence in the park. So if they're consuming or using something that would then cause them to act in a manner that would give us reason to believe that they were under the influence of something, we would have other laws that protect against that. Now, this is, I think, one of those areas going to the Mayor Pro Tem's comment that in a year, maybe we have better technology and we have better understanding and we make a suggestion about changing that in the future, but at least at this time, we don't think we would really have the ability to know that anyway.
All right, next is personal consumption. I've already given you a brief overview, and I don't hear any further comments from the council. So with that, we'll move to item number 25. Item number 25 is charter implementation.
Okay. Move fast, everyone.
What?
Yeah, moving to the Planning Commission. All three of those with the caveats that, yeah.
I think that's already been discussed.
Yeah.
All right, item number 25, this is charter implementation, changes to the City of San Bernardino's boards, commissions, and Citizens Advisory Committee. Introduced the first reading, ordinance of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino repealing Municipal Code, Chapters 2.10, Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Department, 2.3, Fine Arts Commission, 2.49, Senior Affairs Commission, and adopt a resolution establishing the Parks, Recreation, Community Services Commission. Number 2, introduce for first reading an ordinance of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino repealing Municipal Code Chapters 2.31, Relocation Appeals Board, 2.40, Community Development Commission, and 2.46, Disaster Council. Number 3, adopt a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino repealing resolution number 2000-364, Food Policy Council. Introduce the first reading of an ordinance of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino repealing Municipal Code Chapter 2.23, Historical Preservation Commission, and amending Chapter 2.22 of the Planning Commission. Introduce the first reading an ordinance of the City Council amending Municipal Code Chapter 2.45, Building and Accessibility Appeals Board, and repealing Resolution number 94-254. And number 6, introduce the first reading City Council amending Municipal Code Chapter 2.19, establishing elected officials compensation advisory commission.
Mayor, members of the
Rebecca?
council, before they start speaking, they're going to walk through these items. I want to make just a broad comment. Remember at the recent strategic planning session, which has been referenced a couple of times, we walked through a whole host of things, and we talked about the desire of this council and the mayor to really enhance the opportunity for people to become engaged in our community, to participate in our commissions and our boards. We wanted to make sure that it was a meaningful opportunity, and so you provided some general direction, asked us to go back and research that and come back with some proposals. These are things that we had talked about, but they certainly can be modified in any way you see fit. We are moving them forward, though, because our last direction from the body as a collective whole was that we continue down this path. So, again, we have these ordinances prepared. If there are changes that you want to make after the ladies walk through what each one of these does, then we will take that additional input as needed and come back.
Okay. Rebecca?
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing us to speak tonight, and I also want to thank all the commission members that came out, spoke this evening, or submitted their feedback. I think that input is really valuable as we go through this process. I would like to note that charter implementation does require that we make a number of changes in our municipal code relative to boards, commissions, and citizen advisory committees. That doesn't mean that we have to change all of them, but this does present us with an opportunity, I think, to have a very important discussion about what citizen advisory bodies you want at this point in time, understanding that you can make modifications at any time. You can add or remove commissions as we progress, and you find that you need additional citizen input in a particular area, you can add those commissions back in, or remove one that's existing that you're not finding that is providing the level of value and input that you need at this time in terms of city operations. So with that said, I just want that kind of broad context for us to consider this discussion and understand that we're bringing forward items in groups to you. You're not considering all of your citizen advisory bodies this evening. We have a portion of them for discussion, and if you advise us to make modifications to that, we'll come back to you with further modifications. We are recommending that those items that are required within the charter or required within the law, that we include those in the municipal code. Those boards, commissions, and committees that are not required, but that you wish to have that citizen advisory input on a particular area, that you establish those by resolution. So even if you choose to make some modifications here, we do recommend that you consider that and move forward with the ordinances that repeal these, unless, again, they're required by charter or law from your municipal code. So given that context, let's talk about the specific changes that are before you this evening. Remember that you have 23 citizen advisory bodies at this point in time. 4 of them are required within the city charter, including one of them that you're going to be considering adding tonight, and that is your elected official compensation commission, the water board, the library board, and the personnel commission. And then the Planning Commission and the Board of Building Commissioners are also required under the law. So those are commissions that we will be keeping in one form or another. You can always add to their scope of responsibility. You also have the Measure Z committee that will remain because that is required under the ballot measure for Measure Z. So with those things in mind, let's talk about the specific items that you have before you tonight, and then we would be happy to answer any specific questions that you have. Again, as I mentioned, we are requesting that you move forward with establishing the Elected Official Compensation Advisory Commission. That is required under the new charter, so that is a change that we're implementing directly as a result of that. There are some cleanup items, so existing advisory bodies that are no longer needed because we have other mechanisms that we've built in place, and those include items such as the dissolution of your Relocation Appeals Board. You have already adopted another mechanism to deal with those matters. So we are recommending that you proceed with dissolving that particular advisory body. Dissolution of the Food Policy Council, similar type situation. And then the dissolution of your Community Development Commission. The areas that you're evaluating a possible consolidation based on staff time, and remember, each one of your advisory bodies does take a significant time commitment in terms of personnel to support them. And that can range anywhere from, 5 to 10 hours for a commission that doesn't have a significant amount of work to focus on, to far more significant time commitment for those bodies like the Water Board and other advisory bodies that we must have. So you're considering this evening the consolidation, potentially, of the Parks and Recreation, the Fine Arts, and the Senior Affairs Commission into a single advisory body that would address all of those components, which includes, would be encompassed in your Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Commission. You're also considering the consolidation of your Historical Preservation Commission with the functions of the Planning Commission. So merging those two components. And remember that the Planning Commission is something that we must keep. The Historical Preservation Commission, you can decide how you would like to receive that information, as whether or not that's incorporated as a component of your Planning Commission, or you would like to have a separate specific advisory body to deal with those matters. And then the consolidation of your Board of Building Commissioners and your Handicapped Accessibility Appeals Board. Both of those bodies, you must have a function for those components. You could incorporate them in other ways. Based on the functions that they serve, though, we do recommend that you combine them into a single commission that can address both areas of responsibility, and then it would be an at-large appointment due to the specialized requirements for that board. So you would have an at-large body of 5 members that could serve both purposes and meet our obligations as a city and with respect to those issues. So with that said, that kind of broadly gives you a summary of the items that are before you. We'd be happy to answer specific questions that you have relative to the ordinances and what's included in each one of them. And Kim, would you like to add? Yeah, I just would like to add something specific to the Planning Commission item. Mayor Pro Tem, you brought up an item, I think, that raised our awareness and thinking about the fact that we weren't aware that all of these commissions basically adopt their own bylaws, which establish various procedures in terms of quorum and the vote requirement. Having raised that issue earlier, we thought it would be prudent. In my personal opinion, I believe that those requirements should be included in an ordinance or a resolution actually establishing the commissions. It's most important for a body like the Planning Commission. It's less important for other commissions. So we did request and were able to get a copy of the resolution that establishes the procedure for the Planning Commission, and our recommendation will be, regardless of whether you consolidate the commission with the historical preservation function, that we add to the draft ordinance a provision. I'd like to read it to you if you wouldn't mind. It's one provision from the existing regulations so that it would be very clear to anybody what the requirements are. 5 members of the City Planning Commission shall constitute a quorum for the transaction of business. Action granting approval of any matter except general plan amendments and amendments to the municipal code must be taken by a majority vote of commissioners in attendance, and a failure to do so results in an automatic denial of the pending matter.
Where are you reading from?
This is from the resolution of the Planning Commission establishing rules and procedures of conduct. It's previously adopted, but I'm recommending that you actually insert this language into the ordinance.
And we thought about this evening, quite frankly, after Councilmember Nichols' comment about just wanting to be transparent, making sure that people don't have to refer to things. We thought we probably should just add that provision to it since it's something you previously adopted.
Continuing, a recommendation for approval of a general plan amendment or an amendment to the municipal code shall be by the affirmative vote of not less than a majority of 5 of the total membership of commission. Procedural matters may be dealt with by a majority of those voting and not abstaining at such times when a quorum is present. The absence, temporary or permanent, of any commissioner previously recorded as present shall be noted in the minutes for purposes of determining the presence of a quorum at all times. That just makes good sense. Anybody that wants to look at, hey, what do I got to do with this Planning Commission given what I've got proposed? It's right there in the ordinance for them. So that's our recommendation with respect to that ordinance. And we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. One of the overriding topics this evening was the consolidation of the fine arts as well as the historical. And I'd like to suggest that the council consider maybe another alternative, which might be to take those two commissions and possibly make one commission out of those two, where historical and fine arts would be one commission, as opposed to having them put into the planning commission and into the parks and recs, so that it would still allow for some consolidation, but I think recognize the level of involvement that those two commissions have had, and give that consideration to taking those two and merging those two together. So I think that's something that maybe the council would like to discuss. So.
Yeah, and I was going to follow very similar lines. I actually did some research on what other cities do, and some do have a historic commission, some do have a fine arts. What I was finding is, though, that a lot of cities have what they call a cultural commission. And that kind of, to me, is sort of what we're talking about here. It's really about really looking at the culture in the context of both the history of our city and the arts of our city. And so I agree. And I think that folding it into Parks and Rec, I tend to agree. I think Parks and Rec has a different set of responsibilities. So I'm willing to rethink some of that original, but I do think that they are compatible, and I think they do make sense in terms of working together. And I think it does get us to the point the mayor mentioned of getting to that consolidation, that efficiency. But I also just wanted to be clear. Now, one of the challenges I had when I first joined the council, and that I still have today, is to really understand the role of these advisory committees and commissions in the context of the policy-making responsibilities that we have. And I think that was part of the discussion we had in the strategic planning, is to really have a very clear sense moving forward in terms of what the role is, what the interface is, and kind of that flow chart in terms of when items are brought. Because one of the big complaints I've heard from my commissioners is we meet, we discuss, we decide, and there's no action. And so I want to make sure that, this is part of really a true restructuring in terms of ensuring that the people that are taking the time to serve on these commissions are having an active role, and that we've clearly defined what that role is going to be and what that interface is going to be in terms of the council and a final policy-making decision. So maybe you can elaborate a bit on that. And the other thing I know is it's sort of been piecemeal as these commissions have been established. Some ordinances I think were very clear in terms of what the scope was. Some were very unclear in terms of what the scope was. And so I see this also as sort of a general cleanup. So it's a good thing we're doing it.
Right.
But I just want to make clear to the public, this isn't about just simply erasing everything we've done. This is about, we've done a big house cleaning over the last few years on a number of different fronts, and this is yet one other aspect of our house cleaning, so maybe staff can also elaborate on that for us.
These bodies are really policy advisory bodies to the mayor and city council. And so they should be looking at policy-related issues, not administrative ones. Those are things that you direct me to do, but really those broader policy issues. As we are, one of the things that we are undertaking now, just based on multiple comments I've received from all of you, from people in the community, that they're concerned with the maintenance of our parks, that there's been concern with our some of our park play equipment, things like that. So as we make recommendations about capital improvement projects, as we have groups start to vet, what is, one of the things that parks commissions often do is actually help with the inventory of the parks and helping to evaluate the quality of the park conditions, and then making recommendations to all of you on what they think those priorities should be for recognizing they're responsible for policy making at parks from the whole community, but making recommendations to you. So our belief is that as they're making those policy recommendations, those are things, there are assigned areas for each group, and as we have policy level discussions, We're going to expose the commissions to those, have them help us in formulating those policy recommendations to you, and then your agenda item will clearly state how the commission felt about certain things, what their vote was. Did they vote to recommend a particular priority list of projects related to parks, or did they vote that there needs to be a different type of programming, focus on maybe youth achievement programs, building self-esteem. So as they again talk about those things, we would then bring those back to you for ultimate policy direction, noting what actions the commission took.
Yeah, and I think sort of how I'm conceptualizing this is I would like to see, maybe as we're having budget discussions, having the chair of those respective commissions to come forward and provide some briefing in terms of some of the recommendations, because I think that's really the role of a true advisory committee or commission, is as we're trying to figure out, okay, and certainly I appreciate the work staff puts into this, but I think certainly getting that input from our citizen advisors is also a very important part of that overall process of trying to figure out what we need to be doing.
And I would just remind and continue to reinforce it's a daily thing, much like your job is to deal with the policy issues, and it's my job to deal with the administrative issues. It's their job to advise you on policy issues, and it's still my responsibility to deal with the administration of the department.
Right. I get that. Okay, thank you.
But again, we would like to formalize their role and make it much more meaningful.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to add a little bit to that. I agree with you, Henry, and I want to thank the mayor for coming up with that compromise. And I like the idea of changing, maybe thinking about changing the name to cultural, because that would identify change. We're doing a lot of things in the city, and we're making a lot of changes, and I think that would send a message to the whole city that we're not necessarily getting rid of our commissions, but what we're doing is we're making change. We're coming into this. We're going to make San Bernardino great, and we're working towards that. And I think that's a good idea. I'm always artsy. I thank Dottie. I went to the Garcia Center and all of that. Played in the band at San Bernardino High School. I don't know why they don't have a band anymore, but I agree with the arts, and I support you guys 100%.
No band.
So, I think it's appropriate if we think about the building that the Garcia Center occupies. It is a historical building, and not coincidentally, there's a lot of art that goes on there. So I think combining those two does make some sense, and using some language that talks about it being a cultural something, the Historical Cultural Arts Commission or something. Anyway, Councilman Mobile.
And I guess, one of the questions that I had, for example, what are the roles of these commissions? And, for example, historic preservation, I think I've said several times, what do they do? And the Historic Preservation Committee was formed when the general plan was revised back in the late 80s. And then it was dropped when we had a change in mayors, and the new mayor definitely did not want to preserve anything. But what it could do, and then you talk about the Garcia Center, 25th Street in San Bernardino between E and Arrowhead has got these signs saying historic district. There's nothing federal about that. It was by resolution we did that. And what the Historic Preservation Commission could do is to propose streets, structures, by resolution, we could declare them as being historically significant. Maybe ultimately we might want to go through the process of putting them on the National Register. But again, 25th Street, there was no National Register involved with that. It was simply done by resolution. There was a process involved. In other words, there was a history done of all the structures there, and so there was some documentation that there is a lot of qualities that matches possibilities for going on the National Register. But it didn't go that far. It was just city resolution. And we could do that again, as part of the responsibilities of the Cultural Commission.
Very good. Any further comments, questions? Yes, Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Mayor, I just need clarification. I'm not feeling too well. I'm a little in the fog tonight. So we are discussing the possibility of merging fine arts and the historical preservation into one, which will be known as the Cultural Commission, correct?
Or something.
Or something of that nature.
Could we make a suggestion? Cultural Resources Commission?
I like that.
Because that involves
Well,
both
we have to-
historical
we're the ones that
resources
decide.
and art resources.
Okay, I like that.
So,
Go ahead.
the combination of those two, I think, has that council's consensus. The naming of it, we may want to have some recommendations come back to us, and certainly the Fine Arts and the Historical Preservation Society, I'm sure would have a variety of suggestions. So.
And I, just to confirm, and then we will take Parks and Recreation and Senior Affairs and keep those still together. Okay. All right.
So,
Councilman Barrios?
Okay, my perspective is completely different because I do recognize the amount of work that the Fine Arts Committee has done in our community and throughout the decades here in our city, and feel they should remain alone. Whether we call them a different name, but they do their own work. And I feel the same for the Parks and Rec Committee as well. I don't really grasp the idea of why we are doing this in the first place. We've been doing it for a long time. You know, I'm all for change, but I don't see the justification in this change at all.
Because most of your commissions aren't meeting, don't have any focus, and because we're not able to really tell them exactly what it is that you're looking for them to do. You know, we have people that regularly or haphazardly attend, so you know, part of this is really to try to formalize them, provide good structure, make sure it's a good, meaningful opportunity for them, and then really encourage all of you to fill those positions. Councilmember Valdivia had 2 appointments this evening. That's terrific, because we still have some commissions that are struggling.
Well, I know other commissions don't operate as well as some. I mean, there's some that are attended well, and there's some that are not. For those that are not attended, just get rid of them. Period. Like, if nobody's coming, why are we having them? But for those that are strong, for those that are very active, you know, I say, why mess with them? Why let them do what they're doing? They're an asset to the city, and I'm trying to put myself in their position. Like, okay, this is the job, this is the work I volunteered to do for the city. Now, either I'm going to be replaced by someone else to do what I was doing and do something else. I just don't see how that's feasible for us to do, and why it's a good idea. I think they should remain independent. And for those that are not being well attended, just get rid of them or reconstruct. However, but I'm not in favor for the change. That's all, Mayor.
Thank you. Any further discussion? So
we will need to modify these ordinances and come back.
I can tell you what
Which one? Okay, good.
Go forward with and what we can. Good. So, we can still go forward with the ordinance, which is attachment 25C, packet page 432, that would repeal the 3 that we were talking about consolidating into one, with a very minor change. In the last whereas, instead of saying will be reassigned to a consolidated commission to be formed by resolution, it would will be reassigned to other commissions to be formed by resolution. That way you can go forward with that one. We'll bring back to you resolution with respect to the Cultural Commission, the combination that you've just discussed, with alternatives regarding name and so on. We will need to bring back to you the attachment 25H, which is the ordinance relating to the Planning Commission. We will then include the language that I read to you earlier, and you'll have that with you. We will need to bring back to you the resolution relating to the Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Commission with the changes, taking out the fine arts component of that. We can still go forward with the ordinance that is 25E, repealing the Relocation Appeals Board, Community Redevelopment Commission, Disaster Council. We can also go forward with the resolution, which is 25F, regarding the Food Policy Council. You can still go forward with the ordinance 25G, which is repealing Chapter 2.23 regarding the Historical Preservation Commission, because with the consolidation, you'll need to repeal that anyway. And then that brings us to the final one, the Building and Accessibility Appeals Board, which is our recommendation that we do believe you should move forward with that recommendation. I didn't hear any change, and I'm sorry, that's not the final one. That was 25I. But we also have the Elected Official Compensation Advisory Commission that we would like you to go forward with.
Move to approve. Second. We have a motion and a second. No further discussions. Please cast your votes.
Stop pushing our buttons, Gigi. I've been pushing our buttons all night.
On the item 25 regarding the ordinances that Ms. Barlow mentioned, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Nickel, the second by Mr. Mulvihill, and the item passes 4-2 with Mr. Valdivia and Mr. Barrios voting no.
Thank you. Item number 26 has already been acted upon. We have a new Mayor Pro Tem. Item number 27 is the report of my attendance at the U.S. Conference of Mayors, and I'll keep it brief in light of the lateness of the hour. And so on January 24th, I attended the U.S. Conference of Mayors, the 86th winter meeting. At that meeting, I was able to participate in a number of sessions. Those sessions were held throughout the course of the conference, dealing with homelessness, trade, a number of other issues. And on Wednesday, I was invited to attend the White House to have a briefing from the President, and also Mike Pence attended that. Subsequent to that, we had an opportunity to gather in the Executive Office Building of the President, wherein we met with a number of liaisons with the Department of Transportation, the Education Commission, the EPA, and the Department of Justice. And those are really some of the valuable opportunities to make those connections and to get that to get those business cards, essentially, that allows us then that access to those agencies as we deal with them. One of which, of course, is very involved in our community, and that's HUD. Had also part of that opportunity to hear from Second Lady Karen Pence, who talked about art therapy and the progress that's being made in helping those with PTSD to recover. And at that same meeting also, Nancy Pelosi also spoke to us. They're very valuable, lots of good relevant information that is brought forward with a lot of good, very influential speakers that speak to us. And on the Trade Council meeting, we had an opportunity to hear from Mexican Ambassador Fernandez to the U.S. and also the ambassador from Canada, and they talked about NAFTA issues. And so they're always a very good resource for us. As a result of my previous attendance at these, I was asked a couple of years ago to attend the Mayor's Institute for City Design. Councilman Nicole was explaining to me that there's an opportunity for us to potentially put in a request to host one of those meetings. So that's my report. Any questions? Seeing none, we'll go to item number 29. 28. This item is to be continued.
The developer did request, or the applicant did request to continue it. We didn't have any concerns with that, so
All
it will
right.
be
So do we need to take any action on this?
Just leave the hearing open, and
right.
it will be continued to the 15th.
So the hearing for the U.S. Vets project is continuing, and it's still open. All right. Thank you. We'll now go to public comments. Susan Longville. If you turn on your mic, please. That's right.
This one, new. Let me end your evening on a positive note. My board authorized me to come here tonight to address the City Council and to thank you for approving the settlement agreement that allows both the Sterling Natural Resources Center and the Clean Water Factory to move forward. The other reason we wanted to come here today was to thank the city manager for writing what I think is one of the best guest editorials on how local governments should work together that I've ever read. I asked the general managers of East Valley Water District and my board to work on, to approach Andrea and ask if we could write something that was succinct, but that the public would understand what was in this settlement agreement and what it represents. And what it does represent, I hope, is a new model for how we should work together. That, we can solve any problem, no matter how big it is, if we sit down and we work with one another. So I'm so dismayed at the fact that we've lost, like everybody else, all of our local newspapers, that people get their news, from siloed sources, and it's twisted and skewed. At least the press gave us an objective report of what the City Council did when it met twice a month, and we don't have that anymore. And while they would publish letters to the editor when we were angry and we were fighting, when we get along, that's not news. Peace is boring, and it doesn't sell, They don't want to publish it. So I just want to thank you so very much. This was distributed on all the water blogs across the state. During the time that I was searching, for information on how other communities had dealt with the loss of flows to one facility and how that impacted other service providers, I talked to so many people from around the state. When this article was published in all of these blogs, I got dozens of comments from people saying, congratulations, wow, you did a great job. You really brought all kinds of resources to the table to meet a variety of needs. So I'm very proud of all of you, and I just wanted to thank you. And boy, oh boy, I heard quite a bit tonight about other matters, but I got some work done. So thank you and good night.
Thank you. Robert Porter. Ricky Van Johnson. Jack Freeman.
Mayor Davis, it's good to see you again. We met last week at the Rosa Parks. Council members and staff, I want to first say a recognition of respect for putting in your long hours today when it's necessary, and I respect you for that as well. My name is Jack Freeman. I'm the minister of the Church of Light of the World. I'm also the co-director of the Public Relations Department. And we're having a grand celebration at the Glen Helen Amphitheater starting on Saturday, and it will go through Wednesday. We call it the Holy Supper. It is a community, social, and religious celebration members of the church and the community from around the United States and other countries are coming in. I know I've invited some of you through email and with your schedulers, but I also wanted to extend this invitation to all of you. It's happening in your backyard at Glen Helen. I would really be thrilled to see if one or some of you could go to represent the city. I was talking with John, we analyzed a lot of different locations, but when we started to look at San Bernardino, and especially, we were looking at Fontana and Speedway, and we were also looking at Glen Helen, and we saw the situation that this county and the city was in and how hard you were trying to get yourself out of the situation. We said how wonderful it would be to bring this spiritual and economical impact to this place that is trying so hard to get back on their feet. And so we turned away from Dodger Stadium, we turned away from the Rose Bowl, and we brought it here just because it felt so much like home. And I'm hoping to see some of you there. And it'll be an absolute pleasure. So we start on Saturday at 10 o'clock, the welcoming ceremony. There's going to be, the first half hour is going to be for public officials. Some of them have been invited to speak. If any of you have the desire or the time to go, we would love to accommodate you. There's going to be a gathering afterwards where we're going to be having some food and some mingling and talking about how we can help each other in the community. I was talking with Eloise Reyes on Saturday at the McDonald's Coffee and about her event, The Bridge, and it's basically what we're talking about and trying to get everybody together on the same page. So my partners are here. We have some invitation. If anybody has the desire to go, we'll have your invitations for you. But we hope to see you there, and we hope that it makes a tremendous impact on this community and this city. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for your endurance through.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to send my deep appreciation in checking kind of our hospitality lane corridor. We're very appreciative of their investment and their selection here of our city. Transit occupancy tax will be a benefit, the pillow tax as I call it. So we thank you for filling our hotels and our restaurants and a lot of the fuel ups in our community. That really will send a big shockwave through our community. So we thank you and your church for coming, picking our community. That's a great opportunity for us to partner up with you. So thank you.
Thank you. Carmel Rowe? All right. Any other comments from the council? If not, this meeting is adjourned.
Well, I just have one announcement to make, and that has to do with the nomination period opening on Monday, February 12th. The wards 1, 2, 4, and mayor are up for election, and if anybody is interested in running for those seats, they need to call my office, 909-384-5102, and make an appointment to take out papers. Thank you very much, Mayor, for giving me that opportunity.
Thank you. When's our next meeting?
21st.
21st?
We also do have a special strategic planning meeting on the 15th of February, next Thursday, from 10 to 2.
Thank you. This meeting is adjourned till February 21st here in the council chambers at 4 p.m.